Hey nerds. Sorry I'm late. I have a reason. My Pixel Fold got here. I'm actually really excited to set this thing up, but I'm already hitting bugs. It's refusing to see the internet when connected to my Wi-Fi. I can't say I'm surprised that I'm already hitting bugs, but I'm disappointed. I was high hopes for this. Why not the new Z Fold 7? Because the Z Fold 7 wasn't on sale for 30% off. Which generation Samsung Fold were you burned by, Dogpaw? To be fair, like I'm not expecting this to be my main phone. This might be my like personal phone, but yeah, I have a lot of devices, so it's not the worst thing to have a second phone, specifically if I can put it on a different carrier and have like another source of Wi-Fi when I'm around. That could be very worthwhile for me. This is my first high-end Android phone in a very long time. Doing the fingerprint scanning now. Any good mic deals? Honestly, good mics very rarely go on sale, sadly. And honestly, there are so many good ones that are so cheap now. Face unlock later. This is cool. For the passkey sign, I don't have the passkey on this device. I can scan a QR code and use the passkey from my phone instead. As long as it lets 1Password do that. Yes, it did. Nice. It took forever, but it worked. Yeah, this is the Pro Fold Pixel 9. I've been eyeing this phone since Google dropped it. I've always wanted to try a foldable. And now I have one. Cool. Now signing in. It'll be fun. Yeah, Alex, you're at Void 0 now, right? Just for context. No longer on the leaderboard. I should look into that. Thank you for calling that out at MG. And thank you for the 17 gifts. Legend. Let me thank all the subs I missed as I was getting started there quick. We got Cervantes starting us off strong today with the Prime. Max 809 with the Tier 2, the Few the Proud, 12 months in. We got Ed Fitz here with the 10 months. Ever here with the 7. Dogpaw Hat with the 18 straight, 36 total. Fucking legend out here. 3-year mark. David hitting the 8-month. NMG again with those gift bombs, starting us strong with the 5 bomb. Peter here with the 2 months of support, 3 months now. Jack here with the 5 bomb as well. Thank you guys all for the gifts. Really appreciate it. We got Januland here with the 26 months. Ninjabit with the 22 months. Lovely Panda. Great username. 7 months in. Love the emotes too. Leah here with the 25 months of support. Legend. Always good to see you, Leah. Hope all's well. We got Tramp out here. The Tier 3 for 15. Legend. New Carrier Pigeon. The tier change reset your streak. Nope, you're good. Don't worry. E-Instance here with the 5 bomb, and then Aussie with the 5 bomb, immediately followed by Isabel with the 21 months. Thank you guys again all for the gifts. It's pretty cool to see. DevRel avoid 0. Then you're a very good person to have here. Do you have like a gut feel of the breakdown for Nuxt contributions between Void, Nuxt Labs, and everyone else? I know it's very much community run. That's one of the reasons I actually really dug it. And I also am biased. Like, I really, really like Daniel Rowe. He's one of my favorite people in the space. Daniel, Puyo, Sebastian. Okay, that's very good to know. Very interesting. I'll start playing with that, actually. I'm curious. Well, Dan, I still need to help you out. I don't know if you got back to me, but there are a couple opportunities I think would really work for you. There's actually one in New York that's cool, but it's in New York City, so I don't know if that's interesting to you or not. You hit me up again? Oh, yeah, sorry I didn't follow up. I've been busy beyond fucking words. We use Effect heavily. It's really good. They added SSR false? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. I will definitely look into that. And my phone is set up. I'm actually really excited for this. I've wanted a folding phone for years. As soon as I saw the concept, I was like, yes, please, I need this. Wow. Yay. Let me make sure all my notifications are off. Do not disturb on. I'm going to play with this so much after stream. One sec. I had forgotten to do my teabag. OXLint is stable. Okay, that definitely something I should talk about. I've been meaning to do a more general, like the state of linters. They're more important now than ever. You are a legend, Hitesh. Let me get the recording going. We'll aim for 2030. Cool. Offset is set. And now we're getting started. Let me label these priority, priority. Clonathon rating is going very well. We have the winners. They've all been contacted. The top 8 still haven't been, but the top 3 have. Very excited to wrap all that up. We'll announce the top 3 later on in stream, but I'm going to film a whole video, so I'll ask you guys to be quiet about the top 3. I'm just going to show them off because I think they're cool, and then a dedicated video with all of them and a couple other cool things soon after. Also, there's a code review I have to do. The offset routine is a bunch of custom tooling I built around managing and marking my streams. So if I go to my VODs and I go to, that's old here, I click download CSV and it downloads a set of markered timestamps for all the things I talked about. And then when I click the offset, it'll offset them all based on the camera's recording time so that I can have my camera recording start later and be perfectly synced with everything else. Yeah, that's the offset, or the offset part is part of that so that I can shift the camera footage. I don't want to do this type of thing. I don't want to do content where random people's work is being roasted. Honestly, if you just treat Helium as Chrome with a handful of really nice hotkeys, it's good enough. The ungoogling is a nice benefit as well, and a bunch of little polish that Wacko is doing, just like cleaning up the Chrome experience. I personally don't love the built-in bangs. They're fine, but I'm going to set up an extension for unduck for search instead in the future. Helium's going to get a sidebar in the future. Congrats on the T3 chat sub. Hope it's going well for you. Let's get this started. Oh yeah, the Nux Labs post. And this is their homepage too. That's ballsy. Yeah, just make sure you read the text 47. That's the key for Outer Wilds. The text is important. People always fall for, or always assume it's not because most games don't have that. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about the skate playtest. I will say that I am in it and I am very, very much enjoying it, much more than I had expected. I went in skeptical and I'm coming out a huge supporter. As soon as we're allowed to talk about it, I'll probably do a video on the second or third channel massively defending it because it's really good. Yeah, Outer Wilds is incredible. Let's get started. Marker Nuxt plus Vercel. Cool. Here we go. I want to open this one. Yeah. Vercel just did a thing I never thought I would see. They acquired Nuxt Labs, some of the lead contributors to the Nuxt and Vue ecosystem. This is a huge play by Vercel and by the Vue community in order to push a bunch of technologies forward, both within and outside of the Vue ecosystem. While I am sure a lot of people are very skeptical and scared of this, I promise there are some really good things to see here, and the future with how this will impact the web is actually quite bright. I went out of my way to research a ton of important details about Nuxt, about who's thinking what about this acquisition, as well as who benefits the most from this change. I'll give you a hint. It's people that you probably don't expect. The technology that Nuxt Labs builds is awesome. I've always looked at it with a desiring eye, hoping that some more of the stuff that's going on there will come over to the Next ecosystem, or really just the React and web ecosystem in general. I have a very good feeling this is the start of that. I have a ton to talk about, but as you guys know, none of the brands here are paying me a cent. So quick word from today's sponsor to cover some bills, and then we'll dive right in. What is this from Jewelry now? Let's see. Also very good. We'll use this as the transition out of the ad. Too many triangles aside, we got a lot to chat about here. Let's dive into the original post, which, by the way, is just nuxlabs.com. They fully migrated the domain to just be this. Nuxt Labs is joining Vercel. From the start, our mission at Nuxt Labs has been to create the best possible developer experience for building fast and beautiful applications. We built Nuxt as an open source framework under the MIT license because we believed that great tools should be accessible, transparent, and community driven. I also just realized I haven't given context on what Nuxt is. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to refilm the intro. Let's attempt 2. You know what? I'm going to marker accordingly. Marker and marker Nuxt Labs take 2. Let's do it. Today's one of those days that I want to frame it. Today is one of those weird days in web development where a really unexpected thing happened. Nuxt Labs is joining Vercel. Too many triangles aside, this is actually a very exciting acquisition. The potential to benefit the web community as a whole is massive. If you're not already familiar with Nuxt, it is similar to Next.js with React. Nuxt is the Vue equivalent that goes a good bit further. It's focused just as much on the focused on the server rendering side as it is how data is passed, how you manage API calls, how you integrate different plugins and features, and so much more. It's somewhere between something like Laravel and Next, where it is a hybrid where it does a lot, but it's also relatively minimal and built with modern web tools. I've always had a good bit of envy for some of the cool things going on in the Nuxt world. Nuxt Labs is a company that was built around Nuxt, making the ecosystem for Vue and Nuxt as good as possible. They've also built some other very important technologies that we'll be touching on throughout this. This acquisition is a huge shift for Vercel and potentially for the web as a whole, because there's a lot of tech Nuxt makes that benefits people way outside of the Vue ecosystem. I'm really excited to cover all of this, but as you guys know, I'm really excited to dive deep into all the details here and how this impacts the web. Before we can do that, I need to cover some bills. None of these companies are paying me, so quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Nuxt Labs is joining Vercel. Let's dive in from here. I've got a bunch of other interesting details here to make sure we cover it from as many perspectives as possible. It's important to get this one right. From the start, our mission at Nuxt Labs has been to create the best possible developer experience for building fast and beautiful applications. We built Nuxt as an open source framework under the MIT license because we believed that great tools should be accessible, transparent, and community driven. This is an important piece. Nuxt itself isn't now part of Vercel. Nuxt Labs, which is a company that Nuxt Labs is a company that contributes to Nuxt heavily and also builds a lot of other tools in the ecosystem. They are the ones who are moving to Vercel. There are still core contributors to Nuxt that exist outside of Vercel. There are still core Nuxt contributors that exist outside of Vercel. It's still a community-run and community-driven project. But a lot of the tooling pieces that work around it are now moving into Vercel, which should hopefully accelerate their development and prevent any issues with funding, which could very well have happened when you're building an open source focused company. We've spent years pouring our time, energy, and resources into Nuxt. And through that, we've built not just a product, but also a community, one I'm proud of every single day. But sustaining open source at this level is hard. With Vercel's support, we no longer have to split our focus between maintaining Nuxt and funding its future. Now we can go all in on what we love, building in the open. Vercel has a strong history of supporting open source projects and creators. Next, TurboRepo, Svelte, ShadCN, AISDK, and more. They understand what it means to invest in the web as a shared platform. We're joining a company that shares our values and is helping us go further without compromising on what makes Nuxt special. Our open source team is coming along and will continue to work on Nuxt and Nitro with the same focus and care. This Nitro piece is important, remember that. The project stays MIT licensed, the roadmap stays public, the community stays at the center. With this, we're making some changes to how we handle sponsorships. All sponsorship funding will be moved to Open Collective for full transparency, as well as to ensure it goes directly to Nuxt core and community contributors. So what does this mean? Nuxt v4 with all Nuxt UI Pro components will now be available for free to everyone, as well as their Figma kit. Previously, one of the ways Nuxt Labs would make money was selling these Pro components, which aren't just like UI elements like you think of components in React. They can do a hell of a lot more. That was previously something they would charge money for, similar to how Tailwind has the Tailwind CSS library you use, but also Tailwind UI, which is a thing you would pay for default starting points. That's one of the ways they were funding, as well as the Figma kit for combining all of this in Figma. They also are open sourcing a self-hostable version of Nuxt Studio, which is the server-side stuff that they maintained to make it easier to host Nuxt and keep track of what's going on in your deployments. They also are making Nuxt Hub agnostic to support other providers, integrate with Vercel's marketplace, with things like Postgres, Redis, etc. You get the idea. Looking ahead, AI will be a new area of focus for us. Very interesting. We're exploring how to bring AI into the Nuxt developer experience, helping you ship ideas faster. We're also working closely with Vercel's AI teams, including V0, and continuing to experiment with local tooling like MCP. Thank you to everyone who supported Nuxt along the way. Every contribution, bug report, pull request, and kind word has brought us here. If you have questions or want to join the conversation, Daniel Rowe has written about the future of Nuxt over on GitHub. We're still open, still shipping, and together with Vercel, we're just getting started. Thank you, Sebastian, for writing this, as well as Daniel Rowe, the fucking legend, pushing a lot of the important pieces that we'll be getting into. I love this little breakdown here with the thanks. Obviously, this will be linked in the description if you want to read it. It's all just on nuxlabs.com. But it's really cool to see all the people who have but it's really cool to see so many of the people who helped make this happen called out at the end here. Really good stuff. Crazy to think Nuxt started back in 2017 too. Crazy. Come on. Why is the sidebar being so buggy today? Let's pin it. Cool. Let me hop into Excalibur quick. This is an interesting move. And obviously, there's the big question on top of why would Vercel buy Nuxt Labs? Good stuff here. I will keep this there. So, mention that. Okay. The question on most people's mind is almost certainly why buy Nuxt Labs, but there's a couple other important questions too. What will happen to Nuxt? Obviously, something people are really concerned about. What the fuck are they? WTF do they mean by AI? It's important. And oops. You know what? I'll leave these. Retake on when I move to here. The big obvious question is why buy Nuxt Labs? And obviously, we're also concerned about what will happen to Nuxt and what do they mean by the AI bit. We're going to cover all of this. Honestly, kind of want to start here, but I think the context of what's going on is important to understand. Let's start with a bit of a timeline. The history of Vercel, previously known as Zeit. Zeit was the original Vercel company. It was built to make deploying Nuxt easier. It was built by a bunch of the original creators and contributors to Next.js with the goal of making it easy to deploy those Next.js apps because a bunch of web devs suddenly building server-side code didn't know how to ship that. So deploying Next was made easier with Zeit. Next.js kind of started as like a default Webpack config for React and just kept going further, especially once the server rendering stuff and API endpoints and things were added, pushing Next really, really far. Slowly, Vercel got bigger than Next, especially once they made the move to serverless, which is also around when they rebranded to Vercel. Zeit was originally a easier way to host Docker images on real servers, and Vercel is what they transitioned to in order to make it easier to deploy and scale those things with serverless functions. The serverless function move made a bunch of changes, many good, many concerning, but overall, very nice change. This move represented a big industry shift, a change from servers to serverless for web deployments. That was a really powerful thing. And slowly, more and more technologies have been moving in that direction, as well as moving away from SPAs and towards server-rendered stuff. At the same time this was happening, a lot of other tools were making progress in various directions, including Vue. historically, Vue itself has been really focused on the client-side experience, and not much of the Vue built-in tooling was ready for server rendering at all. And Nuxt was started seeing what was going on with Next and Vercel with the goal of making a similar experience for Vue. At the same time, there was a greater interest in a more batteries included way of thinking because Vue is a little more in that direction versus something like React, which is very much bring your own solution to problems or build it yourself if you need to. There's a spectrum to be thought about here, where on one side you have tools that don't do much for you, but are a good basis for building on top of, like React. And you have things on the other side that carry a lot more of the heavy lifting for you, like Laravel, where if you're adding auth to Laravel, you're using the Laravel package. If you're adding a KV to Laravel, you're using the Laravel package. If you're adding billing to Laravel, you're using the Laravel package. In React, good luck. You're doing all that yourself or pulling in your own solution. There's also Flask versus Django, which is where I originally learned this distinction. These are two Python server rendering web libraries, and they came out around the same time, and they were both most prominent around the same time. Flask was a much more minimal HTTP rendering solution where you just take a URL and return something, JSON, HTTP, or JSON, HTML, whatever you want. And Django is much more everything included. And I really liked when I saw these two options. It helped me understand the difference between these ways of building. There's also tools like Rails, obviously, that is in this general area. Things like Elixir and Phoenix. That's over here too. There's a bunch of stuff on this side here. One of the things that I think makes Nuxt so interesting is it's one of the very few things I would argue is in the middle here, where the pieces are still very primitive and you can build without them. You can bring in your own solutions. It's all still super modular. But at the same time, they've provided a lot of good solutions that fit well on this side too. Alex, how am I doing so far? Any big misses? Good, awesome, cool. If you disagree with that framing of how the split works, tell me, and I'm more than happy to change it. But this is always what stood out to me about Nuxt, is it fits like in the middle here. Yeah. Awesome, thank you. Meanwhile, something like Next.js on the Vercel side is a lot more over here. Stuff like server components and server actions pushed it slightly, but at the same time, those are still super, super primitive, and you have to build your own stuff around them. As such, Next still is pretty far over here. And Nuxt in the middle here is very interesting. And I want to take this opportunity to talk a bit about the AI stuff. Because AI has a lot of, or as we all know now, AI can build things decently well. But there's a couple problems I run into when I'm trying to generate stuff with AI. In particular, new projects. While AI is really good at scaffolding and setting up a new app, we've all seen like Bolt, Lovable, V0, etc. There are things it's bad at. Things like configuring auth, managing schemas for all your API endpoints, following lint rules, using the right solution in multiple places, not cluttering, your app with use effect everywhere, etc. These are all things that AI is not good at doing. From my experience, the only AI app builder I've used that gets auth correctly more than a fourth of the time, I'm not exaggerating. I've basically never gotten most providers to get auth working when I'm on something like V0. That just works in Convex. It just works in Chef by Convex because I think they built it into the template, but that's the only one that's even come close. Managing schemas for all your API endpoints, database connections, all of that, total mess. A lot of this is handled in Nuxt with their $fetch helper. That is a type-safe method for hitting API endpoints. Really nice to have that built in. It's almost like they have a tRPC built into the framework. They have a bunch of awesome lint rules and things to keep guiding you in the right way that make a lot more sense, in my opinion. There's a prescribed right solution to a ton of problems in Nuxt, and there's a good default built in for most of the things you need to do. You can reach out and use other JavaScript libraries if you want to, but you don't have to, which is really useful, again, for AI, because if it doesn't know what to use, it can use the thing built in. But if it does know what to use, it can reach out and use that thing. And honestly, stuff like the use effect cluttering in your code base just isn't really a problem in the Vue and Nuxt ecosystems. They have a very different way of managing state that has its own negatives, but for the most part, keeps you out of that mess. There's a lot of things that Nuxt does that, in my opinion, actually make it a really good target for building with AI. And there's a chance that over time, the AI tools we're using to build apps are going to shift from preferring the things on the left to preferring the things on the right. I see a ton of reason why this would happen. And the AI, and Nuxt is a really good, at the very least, in-between point, depending on where we end up as the tooling changes and as the AI stuff gets better over time. And if Vercel is currently here in this world with like Flask and Next, and it turns out the ideal range for AI is like here, they don't have anything in that space. The Nuxt acquisition gives them a point of reference to start moving towards these more inclusive tooling pieces. It's hard to know what bet will play out right long term. You can kind of think of this as a diversification / like hedging your bet type move, where if it turns out the more modular way of building that React and Next have is wrong, Nuxt can be a really good starting point to transition towards this more inclusive way of thinking and building. Cool. So to go back to the timeline here, Zeit became Vercel, started betting more on serverless. Next.js was the thing driving a lot of the development at Vercel, but they wanted to not bet on just the one horse. So they made a pretty crazy move. They hired Rich Harris. Rich Harris, if you're not familiar, is the creator of Svelte. Svelte's a really, really cool library. When I was at Twitch, people called me the Svelte guy because I was so hyped, not necessarily on the framework, but on Rich himself. If you haven't watched his talks, I highly recommend them. Computer Build Me an App is weirdly ahead of its time, especially now. This was a talk he gave in 2018, and it's so hilariously relevant now. It's hard to put into words. Rich is incredibly talented and thoughtful, and seeing him move to Vercel was very unexpected for me, but it made a ton of sense because he was at New York Times before, building the framework half in his free time, half to power one-off experiences in New York Times. And now he gets to just work on this framework that he cares so much about. Part of this move with Rich going to Vercel is that they started focusing more on server rendering stuff, both because Vercel is the place for server rendering, more importantly, because he felt like he had squeezed out most of the performance wins he could on the client side and wanted to start thinking more holistically about his application development. That's when... So this is when SvelteKit went from a thing being worked on to a huge focus of where Svelte was going. This has been awesome and has driven a ton of development, not just in the Svelte community, but in the full stack web development world as a whole. A lot of things that Rich and crew came up with in SvelteKit have started to permeate through the rest of the ecosystem, and it's been really, really cool to see. So this was the big diversification play that Vercel originally made. Instead of just betting on React plus RSC plus Next, they decided to diversify and make sure other potential solutions were not going to hurt them, but instead could drive development forward. And they also wanted to make sure that Vercel wouldn't just be the place to host Next, but it would be the best place to host web technology as a whole. Also worth noting that my introduction to Vercel was around this point, but I was not a Next.js user. When I started using Vercel, I was still on Vite and React, and this was really, really early in Vite too. We're talking like the first 2 months of Vite supporting React. I was on Vercel because it was the easiest way to deploy my web apps with CDNs and everything, with good developer experience, good CI, and all that just built in. And it was effectively free to do at the time because I wasn't doing any server rendering or anything like that. I just had static HTML it was hosting for me. Really convenient, really, really nice for that type of thing. Vercel quickly became a thing I loved when I discovered the /API folder. The /API folder let you spin up server functions without having to pick a specific framework. You could just put in a TypeScript file, export a function that takes in a request and returns a response, and Vercel would automatically turn that into a serverless function for you. So I could very quickly define a single page app with Vite, Nuxt, so I could very quickly define a single page app with Vite and React, deploy it on Vercel, add this folder to the code base, put some random like functions I need that hit the server on that, like database calls and whatnot, and then just ship it all and it would work. It was really, really powerful. That's how I built the original version of Ping called Round for doing collaborative calls with other creators. I very quickly ran into issues specifically around how many of those functions I was defining and how long they took to build and deploy because each one got its own Lambda. I learned that Next.js would collapse all of the endpoints into a single bundle and only have to deploy it once and route lots of different traffic to that same endpoint. That's when I moved to Next.js from Vite. It wasn't because I preferred Next. I didn't start with Next. I was on Vite for almost a year before I really caved and looked into Next more seriously. So even though most people think Next.js is the gateway to Vercel, for me, Vercel was the gateway to Next.js. And it's looking more and more like Vercel might also end up being the gateway for something like SvelteKit, or now something like Nuxt. But there's another gateway that we should be considering here. The same way that the API folder got me into Vercel and then into Next, V0 can do the same thing. V0 can get somebody into Next.js, or into Vercel, or into SvelteKit, or into Nuxt. These tools that help you build will make it less likely you're picking a technology, more likely you're picking to build a solution, and the technology is now just a thing that gets picked up along the way. With V0, the amount that Next.js matters to Vercel is fundamentally different. Next is just another building block, and I'm almost certain that Next.js is no longer one of the biggest drivers to Vercel. My honest guess is that it goes both ways, but something like V0 probably drives a lot more new traffic than Next.js does. So more and more, I think Vercel is realizing a framework doesn't matter much anymore. And instead of continuing to fight to make sure Next wins, their goal is to make sure the web wins, and Vercel is one of the most convenient places to build for the web, no matter what you want to build with. So with all of that said, how are we feeling about what will happen to Nuxt? This is a real concern people should have. When they see a technology they've bet really heavily on go through a move like this, it's scary. There's a couple pieces we need to be considerate of. First, Nuxt Labs is not Nuxt. The relationship between Nuxt Labs and Nuxt is not as tight as Vercel and Next. Vercel very much is the owner and orchestrator of Next.js. Like there isn't really Next without Nuxt, or like there isn't really Next without Vercel. It just doesn't happen. Nuxt Labs runs a lot of the Nuxt development, and a lot of the contributors work at Nuxt Labs, but they're just another seat at the table. They're not the owners of the whole thing. What do you got for me here? Cool. Back here, yeah. The point being with this is that theoretically, if it was to fail and go south, sour, whatever, Vercel owning Nuxt Labs does not necessarily have to impact Nuxt in any way. Right now, it looks like it's going to mean more funding and more time for the team to focus on Nuxt and the tools around it, but they don't own Nuxt. Vercel acquired Nuxt Labs, which means they acquired the developers who are largely the contributors to Nuxt, but Nuxt is still its own separate independent entity that Vercel does not own. More importantly, though, look at Svelte. And more importantly, SvelteKit. There are a bunch of really important developers that started to work on Svelte full time because Vercel was willing to employ them and pay them. Who's the old React guy? His name begins with a D that works on Svelte now. What's his name? Ben, where are you? This is your job. Dominic, yes. Galloway, right? That's not him. He has socials. I've definitely seen him, yeah. Don't gaslight me like that. Yeah. Okay, retake on this. Point 2, look at Svelte and SvelteKit. Vercel acquired them a while ago, and they are doing better than ever. The amount of progress they can make, the amount of focus they have on getting the framework to the best possible place, the ease of deploying it, the ease of working with it. Like Ben, my channel manager, is fully obsessed with Svelte, and I get it. It's a really cool framework that has made a lot of things that are not easy for us in the React world way easier. And there's a ton we can learn from Svelte, even if it's not the framework that we go to. But most importantly, with the money that Vercel gave the Svelte team, they could do crazy things, including grabbing Dominic Ganaway, who was one of the original React core team members, like helped drive React forward. Now he's one of the core maintainers for Svelte working at Vercel. That is a really, really cool thing. Arguably the most important piece, and I'm not saying this to downplay the other contributors and how important they are. I just think it's important that we shout out one important person. Daniel Rowe is still there. Daniel Rowe is one of the most kind and thoughtful people I've met since I started my web dev career, much less this whole influencer arc. He was one of the first guests I ever had on my stream. Every conversation I've had with him has been incredible. He's one of those people that makes me wish I was a Vue dev because he is such a good shepherd for the community. It's incredible. And we have people who aren't at Nux Labs but are deep in the ecosystem in here, like Alex Lichter, who's over at who's at Void Zero, the company that Evan Yu spun up for the Vite ecosystem. Daniel Rowe still being involved means there's little no risk of this going bad. And Alex Lichter shouted that out and says 100% agree with 3 as a core team member. Yep. You'll see most of the Vue community is fully aligned. You'll see nothing but kind words about Daniel, one of the most positive people I've seen. Like, the way I'd put this, imagine if Kent Dodds was a core contributor to Next.js. Like, yeah, he was the CTO of Nux Labs. He is a really, really positive driving force. And honestly, I'm excited about what it means to have somebody as thoughtful and positive and technical as him inside of Vercel. Yeah, and UnJS is a really important piece too. We'll talk about that in just a sec. Oh, I thought that he was the CTO. Was he not? Thank you for the correction. I was wrong about the CTO thing. Daniel Rowe has always had some really meaningful leadership okay, thanks for the correction, Alex. Yeah, I mentioned that Daniel Rowe was a CTO. Thought he was. Sounds like he wasn't. My mistake there. Regardless, was a big driver for the Nux project and making sure as much could go in the right direction as possible. And the whole UnJS world is really, really good. And some of the people from that are making it over as well. One of my personal favorites, somebody that I've benefited a lot from the work of historically. Ant Fu is now at Vercel. That is huge. Anthony Fu is one of the most important, like, behind the scenes people in the modern web. The amount of random things he has built is insane. We use a ton of his stuff for T3 chat because his syntax highlighting is absurdly good with Shiki. You've probably used things he has built in the past. You'll probably use more in the future. He's incredible. This is Vue, or in my opinion, this is a very good place for Nux to be now that the biggest existential risk they had, which was funding, is resolved by Vercel. They're in a really good spot. You can take my word for it, or you can take the word of Evan Yu, the creator of Vue. The main reason I'm optimistic about the Vercel and Nux acquisition is how they've treated Svelte since acquiring it. They do the same for Nux, which they claim they will, and I believe they will. Then I think this is a net positive for Vue and Nux users. Absolutely agree. And you see here a bunch of people who aren't necessarily the biggest Vercel fans, like Josh Manders, my top reply guy who went from hating me to homie. Josh Serre here, who is big on the Laravel world. I love Josh, by the way. He's incredible. Check out his channel if you're into the PHP stuff. He's great. But you'll see a lot of these people coming in. I agree. Trust Vercel to do this. This isn't as scary as it might seem. And I understand the fear and reservation, especially if you bet on Vue and Nuxt because you didn't like the vibe from the React and Next.js world. This is really scary. But I think it's also really promising. There is, I'm going to check these quick. That's not that important. God, getting Pi 0 is nuts too. This is a huge, huge win for Vercel. We have to talk about that in just a moment. Actually, take that. I'll save this part. So don't include me cutting there. Okay. We got one last important piece to talk about that I've been intentionally punting till now because I wanted to cover the Nuxt side. But there's one other very important technology that comes as part of this. We need to talk about Nitro. Most of you have probably not heard of Nitro. That's a really good sign because ideally, if Nitro does what it's supposed to, you will not see anything about it in your tooling. But a lot of the tools you're using are powered by Nitro. Jared called this out in his announcement when this acquisition went through. Nuxt has played an enormous role in shaping the modern web. Having the Nuxt, Next, and Svelte teams collaborating under one roof is going to be amazing. For me, though, an equally exciting aspect of this acquisition is the Nitro JS Dev server framework. Not only is it wonderful for building backend services and APIs, it's also perfect for MCPs. I expect Nitro to play a key role in Vercel's transition to full stack and AI cloud. This is a particularly interesting thing for Jared to call out because he's leaving Vercel. He already announced it. He's leaving soon. He drove a lot of the work for V0 at Vercel. So he doesn't have a big stake in making this type of claim anymore. This is his, as far as I could possibly guess, his honest take on things. He seems to be genuinely really excited about Nitro. So what is Nitro? Oh, he's already ex-VP. Yeah, so Jared's already technically gone. So he's just saying this now as an external. So what is Nitro? First off, I need to follow Nitro. Nitro is a next-generation server toolkit. It's part of the Un.js tools that are built by a couple people it's part of the Un.js tool set that Puya, Pi 0 here, is the lead builder and maintainer of for the entire web ecosystem. Both Un.js and Nitro are incredible, and we'll get to all that in a minute. Nitro is the next-generation server toolkit. This is the building block that a ton of things, from Solid Start to SvelteKit to... does SvelteKit use Nitro? It does, cool. This is what everything from TanStack to Nitro, or this is what everything from TanStack Start to Solid Start to SvelteKit use to handle the relationship between the server side and the client side in their apps. No? Okay, it wasn't. Thank you for the correction. God, this is why I ask, but it's fine. Thank you, guys. Okay. I'm mostly familiar with Nitro from Solid Start and TanStack Start, heavily using it for dealing with the server-side parts, server rendering, API endpoints, all of that. Obviously, it's also core to Nuxt as well. Obviously, it's also core to Nuxt. This is a really big play for Vercel to have Nitro, because Nitro is how a significant portion of non-Next.js frameworks are built. It should be maintained well. In order for Next to have good competition, Nitro needs to exist and thrive. Where is the link that Gabriel dropped about the Nitro debate? Okay. Historically, Nitro has been in the middle of a decent bit of drama, not because it's bad in any way, shape, or form, but because it's in such a valuable position in your stack where it's like somewhere between the framework, the runtime, and the data layer. Like Nitro is one of those technologies that kind of exists here, but also exists here. Like it owns the whole thing to an extent, and it puts it in a weird spot. It means that like a lot of decisions have to be made in how it integrates, how the DX is expected to behave, and all these parts. And Nitro went a much more minimal approach, which, as you know with me, I really like and respect. The key, though, is that it didn't do everything. So other pieces were spun up. The biggest one being Vinci. Vinci was originally built around the needs for Solid Start so that Solid Start could have all the parts that it needed to be successful. It was broken out to be used for other things, including React and server components, and it was a core dependency for TanStack Start. Slowly, Vinci has gotten less well-maintained. The dev, despite being incredible, just is distracted by other very exciting tasks. He's one of those like super devs that chases the things that excite them. So Vinci, both because it's like a really obnoxious and in the weeds problem to solve, and the goalposts are shifting constantly, and it's not super fun to work on, I'm sure, slowly has been phased out, and Nitro has been taking more and more of the work that Vinci used to do by wrapping Nitro. We'll do that there. Well, actually, FaZe, I got one more thing to insert earlier. When we're doing this list up here, one last piece. 5. One last thing to know about the Nuxt stuff is important. Every Nuxt Labs dev is coming over. Sometimes with these acquisitions, especially if like it's a low valuation or like a Hail Mary play, they'll lay off a bunch of the team during the transition or during the acquisition. That did not happen here. Everyone working at Nuxt Labs is now going to be at Vercel. And that is huge because the Nuxt Labs team is pretty small, but has some of the most talented people in the industry, as we'll be talking about momentarily, because we still have to dive into Nitro. Cool. Thank you, Alex. If there's anything else I missed, let me know. Cool. Oops. Why does the sidebar keep breaking? Okay, we're good. Yeah. So we were here with this. So I think we've established that Nitro is important, but let's hear it from Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid. This is pretty huge when you consider that Nitro powers Nuxt, Solid Start, TanStack Start, and Analog.js. Adding that to its existing funding of developers working on Next and SvelteKit. Basically every meta framework except for Astro, Remix, QuickCity, and Fresh now has its core being developed by devs under Vercel. It's something to think about. Yeah, but at the same time, a lot of these projects are being steered externally, and there's a ton of tools. This is the whole as everyone's favorite XKCD, Nitro's always been here to an extent. And I get the fear that Vercel owning 3 of these blocks for 3 different stacks, like that's a reasonable thing to be worried about. Like, if we have Next.js, the whole thing is owned by Vercel. They're like all of these little pieces are theirs. Whereas in with SvelteKit, they go out of their way to have as few of those types of dependencies as they possibly can. I would argue that this image is kind of cropped due to the nature of how they are thinking and building for Svelte. Like all their core depths are part of Svelte, and they're going out of their way to maintain that. I've never seen people get so upset that a dependency changed its sub-dependencies as the Svelte team, and for good reason. They want their stuff to be simple. So next, Svelte, and now, of course, Nuxt, analog, solid start, etc. Now these are all these have always been built on top of Nitro, which is one of those small depths. The only thing that changed here is that now we went from Vercel controlling this to Vercel now controlling this. But I'm also intentionally using leading language here. I said control. That's one way of viewing it. The other way of viewing it, and the way I honestly do think of this, is not as Vercel controlled. I think of this I think of this as Vercel funded. I would honestly make the argument that before this move, Nuxt was in semi-mortal danger because this depth down here required Nuxt Labs to make money. And that is a scary thing to depend on. This small depth has its own depths, and one of those depths is being funded. If the random person in Nebraska isn't paid enough money to work on the thing, then the thing dies. And the really cool thing that comes with this acquisition is a much more secure source of funding for the building of Nitro. That is that's a very good thing to see. While I understand the concern that all of this is controlled and funded by Vercel, my counter argument would be that Vercel is much more securely funded than a lot of the other places that these could have got their money from. SvelteKit was not particularly core to the business of, SvelteKit and Svelte were not particularly core to the business of New York Times. The likelihood that those were maintainable long-term without somebody like Vercel helping fund the development and pay the workers for it is very low. Same deal with Nuxt and the whole Nitro ecosystem. There was a very real existential risk that they could run out of money and not be able to do it anymore, and people like Pi would have to go get a different job and not be able to work as actively on these things. Yeah. Okay. All of this said, anytime you have one of these blocks in your stack, there is an existential risk. You have to consider that going in. Whenever you're building on something that has a piece that you don't own, that is important, you need to know that you have control over this thing, and that if it does fail or stop being maintained or bus factor hits, you have to be prepared accordingly. And a lot of people are doing that prep now, including Tanner. Nitro is a very valuable tool, and it will continue to support, Nitro is a very valuable tool, and we will continue to support it as a build adapter for TanStack Start 1, but it will not be a hard dependency. We've been working for a while now towards Vite native to support any Vite plugin that uses the environment APIs to configure build output. Yeah. Tanner's dropping this because he was concerned about questions people had about Start because Nitro is made by Nuxt Labs, and Nuxt Labs is now part of Vercel. This is not a bet against Nuxt, or this is not a bet against Nitro so much as this is not a bet against Nitro so much as covering all your bases to make sure no one thing can tank something as important as TanStack Start and all of the work that Tanner's been pouring in. There's been a quiet, I don't want to call it a war, but a very interesting area of exploration going on, which is how do I The way I would put this simply is, how do I turn my TypeScript files into a real running service? All of the stuff that we have built in the bundler world has been focused on shipping to the client, to users. Things like Webpack, things like Vite, things like Snowpack, for those who were here for that. Most of these tools were focused on how we take the giant pile of JavaScript and TypeScript and dependencies that you installed and all these things and turn them into a bundle that you can ship down to the user. And even fancy things like bundle splitting. So different routes would get different bits of JavaScript. So if you have one page that needs a ton and one page that doesn't, you're not loading too much. You get the idea. Stuff like tree shaking, all the fancy things that make our bundles good largely come from this fight on how to bundle our JavaScript and TypeScript. Notice that not a single thing I said there mentioned Node or the server-side code. All of those tools have historically been very much focused on the client-side JavaScript experience. And if you want to build for the server, you'll probably just compile the TypeScript into JavaScript and then call Node the name of the file, and then it runs and you're fine for the most part. But that's not as reliable when you want to do different things, where bundle splitting does matter, like in serverless functions. You're not spinning up a Docker image with all of your code and serving all your requests. You want different images to spin up as fast as they can when a request comes in on a serverless node. That's a thing that requires a standardized build and bundling process. That's not as simple as just stuffing it into The most important detail here, though, is that bundle process is different from the client-side bundling. So if you want to have one code base with one package JSON file that has server-side code and client-side code and bundles them and puts them in the right place so they work properly across different providers, be it a Docker image host, be it a Docker image host or Vercel or Netlify or Cloudflare or setting it up yourself on Lambda, all of these different paths require a build output that can be shaped and used for those different platforms. And the build output wars are a quietly brewing thing that most of us have not seen much of. Vercel was one of the bigger players here with the Vercel build output API. If I recall, that was what it's called. I don't know if it still is. I haven't kept up with this stuff very well. But a big part of what made Vercel so nice to deploy on is they standardized what this would look like. So if you had your own framework you were building from scratch, they would show you this syntax, this format with the Vercel build output API. And as long as you followed that standard, your bundler would spit out code. You would hand it to Vercel during the build process, and now it's deployed and just works. But that's one of a handful of standards. Thankfully, Vercel has been relatively open with the build output API. And as far as I know, they wouldn't go after anybody for replicating this for their own service. I'm not positive about that, but I would be surprised if they did. The optics would just be terrible for them. But it's one of a couple different options. You could make the argument that Nitro was kind of a competitor here. It was a different way of thinking about your build outputs. There's also the adapter way of thinking. This is how a lot of different frameworks would work. Something like Remix. If you wanted to use it on Cloudflare, you would install the Cloudflare adapter. If you wanted to use it on Vercel, you would install the Vercel adapter. And these adapters would take the output from the framework and make sure it was in the right shape for the right thing, because none of these tools have a standard shape for that backend stuff. On the web, you have to shape your bundles the way the browser expects. On the server, shrug. There's a lot of different ways it can go, many of which are great, many of which are not. Vercel built a pretty good standard, and I've talked to a lot of framework maintainers that were impressed at how reasonable the Vercel build output API was, but they weren't building to it directly, they were building with Nitro. And one of the cool things that happened a week or two ago is that Vercel officially announced that Nitro apps would automatically work with zero configuration on Vercel, because they worked hard with Nitro and with Pi0 here, our friend Puya. They worked really hard to make sure this ecosystem of tools would work on Vercel. And the goal here, I'm sure I'm following you. Yeah, I'm good. I want to be positive. And Vercel's goal here, to be clear, isn't to be the only place you deploy stuff. It's to make this part easier, to standardize enough of like the shape that your server-side TypeScript comes out in, so that all new tools and solutions will be very easy to deploy on Vercel and theoretically easy to deploy other places as well. This is an underrated part of this battle. And I'll also argue that the Vercel build output API is too low level for any normal person to think about, especially a normal dev. Nitro is an abstraction slightly higher that makes a lot more sense. To think of these in layers, you have the node runtime. On top, you have the output shape. So in this case, it would be the Vercel build output API. Then you have something like Nitro on top. Then you have something like Vinxi potentially on top as well if you want to bring in more of the client and server relationship part and the server rendering as well. Then you would have the meta framework on top, something like TanStack start, something like solid start. You get the idea. In this case, we'll just say solid start here. And then you have the client side code stuff on top. But more importantly, you have your actual code. So when you write code in a framework like Solid Start, it has to go through all of these layers before it gets to that server side node runtime. Vercel owns this part because it's theirs, but also it's a standard. Nitro is an important piece to get there that makes a lot more sense to build stuff on top of. So now let's talk about MCPs. MCPs are a thing I have intentionally dodged talking about for a while because honestly, I just haven't seen many really compelling use cases yet, but it's starting to happen. MCP is the Model Context Protocol. It's meant to be a standard for telling an LLM how to interface with something. It's important to know that MCPs are a way to interface with other stuff, so it lets you it lets your AI check your database for values. It lets your AI look things up in documentation. It lets your AI access stuff that it traditionally couldn't, unless it like browses the web, and AI is not very good at that. It's meant to be a standard for how AI can interface with other things. But a lot of those things require it runs code on a server, which means to make a good MCP, you have to bundle TypeScript so it runs well on a server. If you're outputting that directly to Vercel build output API, good luck. Nitro, as Jared said, is very promising if you treat that as the point where you start or target your actual MCP code. Instead of having to handle the bundling yourself to make sure it fits the shape Vercel expects, you can just npx nitro init and have a good starting point. It's still crazy that something as low level as Nitro has an init so you can start a new project with it, which is super, super cool. Yeah. Similar to something like Next, it has a shape for how you're expected to structure things with routes, API directory. You get the idea. It's an easy shape for file-based routing to use to define APIs, endpoints, and whatever else you need to, and deploy it wherever you want to. And I'm honestly really excited to see what Nitro looks like with both access to Vercel's huge network of super smart people, as well as proper funding. I am as hyped, if not more so, for what this means for Nitro as what it means for Nuxt and the web as a whole. I've never gotten to see Puya with this level of support. I was already falling back. I don't know why they said that, but yeah. I've never gotten to see Puya with this level of support, and I am really, really hopeful that more of Vercel opens themselves up to working with him because he is a very smart and thoughtful person that has the potential to build pieces that are huge for the web going forward. It's a bold statement, but in a lot of ways, I do think Nitro could be the new Express, the starting point for building server-side TypeScript code. And the potential there is nuts. Funny enough, normally I read chat, come up with ideas for statements to make. I actually thought that before I saw you say this, Alex. But yeah, I'm happy we're on the same page there. Nitro has so much potential from inside of Vercel that I'm really, really excited. And God, I hope Vercel doesn't fumble the bag here. I'd be surprised if they did. It's too valuable for them to do it. But there's a huge opportunity for success here. Yeah. I want to grab you. It said, oh yeah, the experimental Vite plugin, yeah. One other cool thing, again, from Alex over at Void Zero, is that Vite actually has an experimental plugin for Nitro coming soon too, which is very exciting to see. Vite has also gotten a lot better at managing the server-side versus client-side stuff with the new Environments API, but at the same time, Nitro is a decent bit more mature. Oh, Vite plugin. Okay, my bad. Thank you for the correction there. Alex from Void Zero also jumped in and made a really important distinction and call out that there's a Vite plugin for Nitro coming, so that in Nitro, you can use Vite as the bundler, builder, and all the pieces you need to glue it all together. And that's very, very exciting as well. Vite's gotten a lot more thorough in the full stack view with the new Environments API. I think I did a video on that forever ago, but the tooling here is improving at a rate I never thought I would see, and it's really, really been cool to watch. In the idea of having so many powerhouses in this space working together with the goal of just pushing the tooling forward is genuinely really exciting. Also, yo, Daniel, you missed a long shout out. Love you, man. Very happy about all of this. Theo next week. So I migrated T3 chat to Nuxt. Fair. Yeah. God, I have no idea what's wrong with my browser today. Yeah. One last hot take, because this is a thing that I've been thinking about. I might even do a dedicated video later. This is our last chance to unfuck developer experience. I've been thinking about this a lot. As these AI tools and building solutions get more and more prominent, things that our existing tools do are going to become more and more cemented into the way that we build. If we don't make dependency management if we don't make use effect better now, it will never happen. If we don't fix the way that we output our builds and our TypeScript bundles, that will never happen. If we don't make TypeScript faster, it will never happen. The benefit as well as the negative with AI is it makes reproducing existing ways of doing things absurdly cheap. So if we don't improve the way we do things right now, there's a really scary possibility we never get to. The analogy I often give for this is roads. Once we picked a width that a road would be, we could no longer justify making cars wider than that or in a shape that doesn't fit on those roads. Because once the infrastructure is laid, changing it becomes really, really hard. Historically, the browser was the thing that had those standards that wouldn't change. They might add new things, but they can't change anything that websites might be using. AI is kind of doing that now to our tools. Historically, the framework and language layer is where we could innovate, and we would bundle that into a shape the browser would understand and use. We've moved up a layer due to these AI tools, and I'm scared if we don't fix things here right now we might never get to. And what's exciting about this play by Vercel is they are going to be investing heavily in fixing as many things in these layers so that the code we write or have AI write on top is simpler and, much more importantly, way more maintainable and understandable. I'm scared that if we don't do it now, we might never get to. And I'm thankful that Vercel isn't just assuming we're stuck where we are and investing in all the AI stuff. They're actually investing in these core tools that AI will be building on top of in order to make sure they are in as good of a state as possible as more and more of our work is automated. I'm very excited to see where this all goes. I'm super excited to see where this all goes. I'm generally pretty confident in the direction that Vercel takes acquisitions like this. It's basically unheard of that they buy a project and just kill it. They usually help fund it and see it to success. And I'm very excited to see long-term where this all goes. And honestly, I'm just pumped to know that all of these awesome developers are being compensated fairly and consistently for the important work that they're doing. Daniel, anything I missed here that I should cover before we move on? Awesome. I feel like if I go into UnJS at all, it's like way too long a tangent. Cool. I have to ping my Discord. Yeah, I'll do that right after this. Cool. Yeah, UnJS might need a new video, actually, though. Yeah, for me here. Quality meme. Let's end on that because this is a really, this is a good vibe. I'm pumped about this and what it means. Having so many awesome people under the same roof, building together, pushing forward together. It's really exciting. Appreciate y'all a ton. I hope you're as excited as I am. Let me know what you think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Let's go do that Discord ping before I forget to. Cool. Thank you all for hanging out. Really appreciate it. It's so crazy how many of y'all show up every week now. Means a ton. Did my best on that one. I hope I did a good enough job. Let me make sure I grab Next Labs site. I think that's the key one. Yeah, I don't need to include all those tweets. Don't know what's going on with the sidebar in fuck, why can't I remember the name of Zen right now? Yeah, thank you guys. Senior moment. Look, I've been absurdly busy. My calendar, just looking at my calendar makes me want to die right now. I'm in like 8 calls a day lately. It's been absurd. Yeah, sorry about the time that my streams start. Just a chaos of my life and having like 3 jobs. Ew, what do we got from Adam? Yeah, already liked it. Not missed the cursor part. You can't share links in YouTube chat, sadly, Daniel. If you want to drop them in Twitch chat, I can grab them, but YouTube chat auto filters them out, sadly. But yeah, apparently Zen fixed the gradient thing. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Yeah, I'm the Zoham of my own life at this point. Yeah. Oh, what's going on here? Yeah, this is a video. Fuck. Time is it? 2:40? Oh yeah. Let's see. We got these. Yeah, I want to include this. Not seen that. Interesting. Oh yeah, the Boolean. I've been meaning to think about like a case against Booleans video for a bit. I'll throw this in so I don't forget. I saw the Perplexity browser. What's this? That's a really weird bug. You have my attention. I'll debug with you probably tomorrow if you're down. I bookmarked it, so I'll take a look later. Thank you for sharing that. That's actually really cool. I want to include this bit extra for next video. Okay. Phase, include this when I'm talking about Daniel. specifically like when I have that bullet point in that list. Yeah, cool. Daniel wrote a post on the Nuxt GitHub as the tech lead for a lot of the work going on there. And I think this has a lot of important details. Link in the description as always, but I just want to cover the most important pieces. Specifically, Nuxt's growth has been made possible by generous sponsorship from individuals, companies, and especially Nuxt Labs. Nuxt Labs, a company founded by Sebastian and Alex, are the original authors of Nuxt, have supported many people on the core team as well as others in the wider ecosystem. So again, Nuxt Labs is a company made by the creators of Nuxt, but they kept Nuxt separate intentionally. Nuxt has become really popular and it's being used by places like Google, GitHub, and Microsoft, and many more as well. Vercel has decided to bet on that future. Vercel's hiring several team members from Nuxt directly, as well as the entirety of Nuxt Labs, like at NuxtPy and Antfu, all of which we'll be talking about. Yeah. In some ways, nothing is changing. As a team, we'll retain our independence, public roadmap, and open governance. I will continue to lead Nuxt's technical and strategic direction full time. And of course, our values and commitments remain unchanged. Nuxt will continue to be a community-built framework with the same team, the same vision, and the same values. We believe in the open web, and I hope you know that at the heart of Nuxt is choice. Choice in modules, databases, bundlers, routers, and of course, deployment platforms as well. But in other ways, lots is changing. Vercel's investment in the Nuxt team means that we will have more time to invest in making Nuxt better and empowering our community. It's a strong endorsement of our vision, and it will help us pursue it more sustainably. Will also mean that sponsorship we receive from the community can now support even more contributors. This is a big deal. If Vercel is paying all the ex-Nuxt Labs employees as salaried employees, any sponsorship to Nuxt can now be forwarded on to other contributors from outside of the company, which is really cool. All the money they were getting before can now be sent to the community, and Vercel could cover salaries for core team. And of course, Vercel can now be better shaped to work well with Nuxt and Nitro and all these other things. We have a lot to talk about there. Don't worry, we'll get there in a moment. But as you would expect, as a big, big fan of Daniel, I love this. Read it if you want to hear all the details. The future for Nuxt is bright. There we go. Did their browser come out? Oh, 2 release browser. I want to wait till it happens and then I'll cover it. I want to cover this, but need to do the cursor drama first. In the beta with waitlist, I think. For the OpenAI browser? Interesting. Or are you talking about the Perplexity one? The Perplexity one's in beta with a waitlist. I know that much. Yeah, Perplexity is... Yeah, that was what I thought of as well, and I don't really care. Oh, a better article for the Chrome botnet. Very good stuff. Thank you for the source. If people have good threads on the cursor drama, that'd be really helpful. I'm going to go through my DMs super quick because I had a bunch there. We're grabbing that. Yeah, the AI scraper thing I will be including. Don't worry. Right now, I am making sure I have enough sources for this convex or the cursor thing. Just identifying info in it. Fuck. Okay. I think I have enough. It's not as much as I was hoping, but I have some good examples. Let me grab. I guess I'll download that. Show it. Cursor limit 1. Cool. I think that should be enough. Oh shit, Eva with the gift bomb. I still owe you money, Eva. Stop it. Oh, the clonathon stuff. Yeah, I'll do that now. Thank you. Just markered that. Actually, I gotta merge some code quick. GitHub. T3 content. I think I put it under. Yep. Cool. Repos. T3 clonathon. PR. What are the issues people are opening? I just failed because of that. That makes sense. Okay, I need to make one change to this really quick. I think it should be fine. Let me go check something super fast. Let's ship it. Approve. Merge that. Let me do a quick thing. Cool. Now have this new piece. Let's remarker this. Cool. So again, I'm going to film a more formal video, so don't leak winners yet. This is so people can know who won and be excited. I still have to contact the top 8. I still have to build everything I need to contact the top 8. Getting there. I've been busy beyond words. I am sorry, but I wanted to share the winners of the Clonathon. For those who don't know, I hosted what, as far as I know, is the first ever Clonathon, where instead of a traditional hackathon where people build whatever they want with like a theme or a core concept, I had people do a very explicit thing, clone T3 chat and make it open source. People have wanted an open source alternative to T3 chat forever, and as cool as some of the existing solutions are, the quality of experience just isn't quite there, in my opinion. So I wanted to push to see things change. So we made the Clonathon, and it went way beyond my wildest expectations. We had almost 400 submissions, and the quality of a lot of these was nuts. It took us weeks to get through them all just to figure out which ones were worth considering as finalists, much less rank the best ones to pick a winner, as well as our top 8 and all the other fun things we wanted to do. After a ton of work, we have our top 3, and I'm very excited to share them with you today. Before we do that, though, I want to point out one thing we just added, which is if you go to the Clonathon T3 chat, like core site once you sign in, if you go to your submission, you can actually choose to have it shown in the gallery. So if you want to make sure the public link is good or update your video first or hide any info you don't want shared, we don't include the testing instructions. So you don't have to worry too much about that, but maybe wipe it if you're concerned, if you have like credentials you don't want people to have access to. But if you go check the share my submission in the gallery box and then submit it, you will now have your project featured in the gallery, which I'm very excited to share later. So just a heads up about that. I'm going to do a Twitter announcement to go check that in the future. I don't want to automatically publish people's work in front of a ton of eyes, but if you want it to be done, there's now a box you can go click to do that. I wish I had stored emails so that I could email people and tell them to go do this, but I didn't because I'm dumb. It is what it is. Too late now. Let's go through the top 3. In third place, we have OmniChat, which is a really good chat app. To just be frank, it's stunning. It's really nice to play with, and I was super, super impressed. Oh, we updated the homepage. I forgot I did this because the hosting is potentially expensive, so I updated the homepage to celebrate the win. I bet we have the video overview still, though. We do. Not going to play the whole thing, but I'll play a bit so you get the idea.
I'll just quickly run through the basic features. So here you see the landing page. You'll see a little briefing of the pricing, and then there's a view pricing link here. It takes you to the main pricing page that then lists out
and skip to actually using the chat.
Essentially all the big providers. So OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, XAI, all these models from these companies. And this is a automated system. So whenever I push code, it updates my models automatically. It pulls them from the official endpoints and always makes sure that this thing lists all the latest technology that is available. And then there's also Ollama integration, so you can run your local Ollama models as well.
Was surprised how many people were excited to do Ollama. The things we liked about this were the model picker is incredible. It's one of the coolest I've seen. Just very good, consistent UX.
So you can switch the models during the conversation. So let's say you start with Ollama, and then you can switch up to a paid cloud model that is not local and continue the same conversation, and the other model will know what the discussion is about. And then for all these models that are cloud-based, they're all marked with Pro. So when you click any of them,
you get the idea for the core UX, but it also has the annoying things to implement like image gen.
R2 bucket on Cloudflare, so that is completely integrated as well. And I also have branching here. So when you click this branch button, it opens a branching UI here.
Oh, his branching was so cool. There were a lot of cool experiments with branching.
Where you can basically have a response be duplicated, or if I press this button here, the plus button for the latest one, it'll ask the same question again, but it'll ask to kind of generate it in a new way. And once you have a couple of these, you can press this compare button up here, and it'll open a comparison view that lets you look at the different responses and have like a visual overview of what you have here. So this could be useful for several things. If you want.
All super cool ideas. The amount of innovation in branching in particular that happened as part of this was awesome. I'm still surprised there aren't more like AI chat apps that are focused on the branching UX. We were one of the first to have it at all, but it's still, in my opinion, very rudimentary, and I'm super hyped to see this innovation. Obviously, we'll be paying all of the people who contributed really cool stuff here, especially if we end up like learning from it and using the ideas. There was one other project that didn't make it to top 3, but was really close, that did some cool stuff with branching that'll show in the near future. Love all the innovation there. Speaking of innovation, Toolkit was really cool. Toolkit.dev might not be a traditional T3 chat clone, but I like it more for that. I'll let Jason explain it first.
Hey everyone, it's Jason here, and for the T3 Clonathon, I built toolkit.dev, an open source chat client that allows you to toggle different sets of tools in and out of every chat session. So in this case, I've enabled the GitHub toolkit as well as the web search toolkit, and I'm looking to learn more about the Vercel AI SDK. So it grabs a bunch of data from GitHub, a bunch of data from the web, and now let's say I want a summary of all this information in my Notion workspace. So it finds the correct page, my web development page, and now it's going to add all the information it's found in there for me to review. So we also have the concept of a workbench, which allows you to pre-configure sets of tools with a custom system prompt. So let's say I'm a student and I want some help with my calc homework. I've enabled the Google Drive integration as well as the code interpreter and the memory tool. We're now looking through, we find the correct file on which I'm working. And now to check my answer, it's going to use the code interpreter because this is a complicated integral. It sees that I got the problem wrong, so it's going to store that in its memory. And then as I revisit this topic, it'll remember that I struggled in the past. So let's say now I still want some further information. I'm looking to visualize this problem. We can once again use the code interpreter for this and plot this function as well as demonstrate where the integral falls. So one more workbench to show is the meeting scheduler. This has access to my Google Calendar as well as my Notion workspace. So it's going to look to see when I'm available in the next week, sees I'm available today at 1:30, finds the people that I might be interested in adding to the meeting, and creates that meeting in Google Calendar. So you can create your own workbench however you want. You can also create your own tools. This is fully open source, and I hope that you all enjoyed.
I have no words. It's just fucking cool. The idea, what's really exciting for me about this isn't just like how fleshed out it is. It's this idea that, how do I put it? God, wording this point is hard. Like, it's rethinking what a project is, what a MCP or tool is, and restructuring how the pieces are grouped on a fundamental level. The idea of a toolkit as a set of tools that you apply to a message or to a thread, and a workbench, which is a reusable set of those things. Those concepts are awesome, and we will almost certainly be stealing them as we go deeper into tool calling stuff. Jason killed it with this. And if I've ever seen a compelling like reason to hire somebody, it's this. God, I wish we had the budget to hire right now. This is so cool. But we're still only in second place right now, guys. Are you ready for first? You probably, if you've been keeping up on Twitter, you already know who first is going to be. But if you haven't, get ready for Intern 3. Intern chat is so absurdly good. I love the animation for images so much. We need to get usage analytics in our stuff so bad. It's so cool. All the devs who worked on Intern Chat were awesome. You've probably seen them around a bunch. They're a pretty cool crew. They had Fishy, who had previously worked on his own like T3 chat alternative. Lakshay, who is a legendary designer, engineer hybrid that's helped us a bunch with things in the past. He helped a lot with like planning the new design and direction for T3 chat. And then JNS here, Saj, who you might have seen before, with TweakCN, the collection of different ways to make ShadCN look. It's a, how do they phrase it? A visual no-code theme editor for ShadCN UI. So it's a ton of themes as well as an easy way to customize the way ShadCN looks. So everybody's saying all ShadCN sites look the same. Go check out TweakCN. So cool. Incredible work to Intern 3. Thank you guys for working so hard on this. The results are super cool. Give all of these projects a star on GitHub if you haven't yet. I can't believe I forgot to star them. Because again, every submission is open source. So thank you to all of the participants for making such an incredible experience. I never thought this would go as far as it did. Couldn't be happier. Thank you all. Talk more soon about all the other really cool submissions. Big breakdown coming in the near future. Until then, peace. Cool. I need to go fix the site. I'll do that now. End of clonathon stuff. Cool. Let me go fix that quick. CD work. Clonathon. Git checkout main. Git pull. Things open. I don't want to. Let's see what's wrong with the gallery. Update. Me. One sec, guys. Okay. Now that we're in here, I can more freely dick around. Let's what's the it's optional Boolean. Gallery. Okay, I have no idea why it's broken in prod. Not broken for me. Possible it's because we have it set to be admin only or something. Gallery. Oh shit, Mexican Patrick with the 10 bomb. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Give me 1 sec. I'm fixing a broken page. Get top. Oh. That would do it. Yeah, had a leftover check to make sure things were only accessible to admins. And I deleted that, and we're now good. Hey, thank you guys for the heads up. Yeah, somebody wants to make this view prettier. You have pretty much everything you need to fuck around with it on the open source repo for the Clonathon, because obviously the Clonathon itself, open source, view on GitHub. I actually think it's a pretty cool demo of Convex. I plan on using it for my Convex video later. Cool. I'm not gonna mark that I did that. But we did that. I got so much other shit I have to cover, and we have to leave kind of early because I got an event in the city I need to run to. Thank you all again. Super pumped about the crazy success of the Clonathon. I never would have guessed it would go as far as it did. Thank you again, everyone. Let me thank all the subs I missed, then we can get back to filming. Curious Corey with the 12 months of Prime. Appreciate that a ton. Tramp Boat throwing a gift sub over to Balalalatro. Thank you for that. Ben Dev, 13 months in with his sub. Diffuse all 16 months in. Two Lays here for 8 months. Road to 1 year. You'll be there in no time. It flies so fast nowadays. We got Keter 4X with the Prime. Emil Pixel with the Prime. Miss Tess here with the 3 months of support. Jordan with the 6 months. Akaroon about to hit the 1 year. Messages to get deleted when you downgrade from premium to regular? Absolutely not. Hit up support. We'll figure that out. Got Nick Serve here, 19 months in. Eva throwing the 5 bomb. She should not have thrown because I still owe her money. Cyrus with the 7 months of support. Woaf here, 24 months in. Cyrus throwing a gift sub. Lerma throwing 27 months of support now. Am I doing more hackathons? Probably not. It's so much work. So much work. Yes, I'll be at Open Sauce. Of course I'll be at Open Sauce. I fucking love that event. It's the best. Mexican Patrick with the 10 bomb. Eva, stop it. I owe you money. You are the worst. Can you please just let me pay you? I don't like that I claimed I would in a video and you won't let me. God damn it, Eva. I'm planning on doing a more, like rather than showing people what their projects were rated, all of the finalists, I'm going to write up a little like what I liked about the project so that like, and also what feedback I have. I want all the finalists to get some like hands-on Theo feedback because they put in a lot of work. It's the least I can do. But with over 300 submissions, I can't do that for everyone. And I don't think showing the scores necessarily says a lot. It's like one of the top projects got a 6 out of 10 from one of the judges. So it's like, doesn't mean as much as you might think. So I'm considering not doing that. But at the very least, I want the top projects to get some feedback. We got XCSS with the 4 months of support, as well as Grunz in here with the 5. And Eva torturing me. But apparently I can DM her to figure that out later. I will do that. Ben, remind me after stream if I forget to, which I almost certainly will. I'm super excited to overhaul branching as a result of all this. Yes, absolutely. Cool. We've covered all of that. And what a lot it was to cover. Okay, do people have more links for me for the cursor, like, stuff? Beryl, just hit me up. I'll give you a discount. I'll extend your sub. You work too hard and do too much cool shit. I know I owe you a reply to a DM right now. My DMs are hellish at the moment, but at the very least, we can get you taken care of. Yeah, I know, Eva, but I like to make sure I follow through with my promises. We will be paying you. I definitely want to add gifting to T3 chat. It's on the list, the ever-growing list of things we are behind on. Shared this earlier. Anybody have some of like the Reddit posts that people are flipping out about? So I want to get a bunch of good quotes to open the video with. Aha, thank you. I'm waiting for the new Grok release. I think I have enough to start it. Yeah, I agree, Naman. I don't want to do a tech video that's actually just politics. Yeah, chaos. Marker. Let's start this one out. Let me get an Excalibur going. Cool. So for the intro, I'm thinking we just go through these posts and show them with me reading them. You get the idea, Face. Cursor is now forcing me to upgrade to the $60 per month subscription. Time to look for alternatives. What an a-hole move by Cursor. Just 12 days after announcing their unlimited plan, they changed the pricing back without notifying anyone. People were charged over $100 in usage, expecting unlimited requests. The F Cursor, what are you doing? I was paying $20 a month. I made 2 Claude Sonnet requests and one Opus request. Limit reached. I don't know if I should cry or laugh. Canceled my subscription directly. Oh boy. We have a lot to oh boy. We have a lot to dive into here, don't we? This feels like the first major drama for Cursor. It's been a super successful editor for quite a bit now. I was skeptical of it at first and slowly fell so in love with it that I ended up investing in the company, so know that you should account for some bias here. All of that said, this is a bit of a mess. I have a lot of thoughts, both about things Cursor did wrong and also about things the community is struggling to understand. And most importantly, this kind of seems like the start of a change in how AI services are priced. We're moving away from loss leaders into more realistic pricing, and that's going to screw a lot of people. And oh boy, there's a lot to dive into here. As you guys know, none of these companies are paying me to talk about this stuff, and I want to do my best to give you my honest, neutral, unbiased take. So a quick word from an unrelated sponsor, and then we'll dive in. So what went wrong with Cursor? The TLDR, to put it as simply as possible, new pricing promised unlimited for $20, but people started getting billed for usage. There's a lot more layers to this, but this is the simply put way of explaining it. Previously, Cursor would give you 500 fast requests per month for $20 and unlimited slow requests, unlimited tab complete, and a couple other things that aren't as notable. But you would get however much tab complete you want, as well as more generations, as long as you're okay with it being slower or using dumber models. But you get 500 requests on things like Claude 4 Sonnet, O3, and more reasonable middle tier models. Gemini 2.5 Pro, another one as well. You get 500 requests with those and unlimited for these other things too. They shifted their pricing to instead be unlimited for this top part, but specifically, they shifted their pricing. So instead of 500 fast requests, you get $20 of credit from the APIs, but also unlimited auto. If you're not using Cursor, I'll show you what I mean by auto. You have the agent mode where you can switch between agent, ask, or manual, where you choose what gets touched where, as well as background, where it goes and runs in the background, similar to stuff like Devon. But you also have the model selector. You can pick max mode, which allows it to use more context and cost more money, but also auto mode, where it will pick a model based on performance and speed, and also probably price and the complexity of the task you're giving it. If you use auto mode, they can optimize costs on their end, so it's a lot cheaper for them, so they give you a lot more access there. But if you're picking a model like Claude 4 Sonnet, then it's going to cost money after you use it a certain amount. They were nowhere near clear enough when they announced the new pricing, and as such, a lot of people got burned, and we saw a ton of people getting these unexpected bills. It was nice enough to say in the UI here that you saved $80 on API model usage this month using Pro. You switch to auto, then you'll get unlimited requests, or you can set a spend limit in order to continue using Sonnet, so that if you want to keep using the model and you've overused it, then you can pay more money to keep doing it. So what happened? Because previously people would use it the entire month for the $20 tier and be fine, and now there are people who are hitting these limits in 1 to 2 days. There are a couple layers here that make this complex. How do I want to start this part? First important thing. Most Cursor users don't cost more than $20 a month in usage. The majority of Cursor users almost certainly aren't using these features heavily enough to cost Cursor that much money. As you guys know, I'm a pretty heavy Cursor user. It's the editor I use for everything I do. If I go to my usage, let me hide my screen so I don't leak my email. So if I go to my Cursor dashboard, you'll see, honestly, I haven't been coding too much the last few days. I have about 5,000 to 6,000 lines of agentic code writing, a bunch of tab accepts. I haven't coded at all for the last few days. I've been so busy with meetings and also playing the Skate early access. If I go to the 30-day window, you'll see a bit more. I do a lot of tab complete accepting and not as much agentic code, but I still do a bit, especially when I'm like in the middle of bursting out and coding a bunch of stuff. You get the idea though. My usage never gets far along enough that I am paying meaningful amounts in overage costs unless I am playing around with expensive models like O3 Pro or Opus. But historically, I've been totally within that $20 but historically, I've never come close to the 500 requests that would cause me to go into the overage costs. So I was totally fine. With these changes, I'm still totally fine because my usage of the agentic mode is relatively minimal. But for a lot of people that live in agent mode, their usage is crazy. And as a result, they hit the new cost layer. And as a result, they hit these new limits relatively quickly. We should break down what those limits are. Updates to Ultra and Pro pricing. In collaboration with the model providers, we're introducing a new $200 a month tier for power users. We're excited to roll out an option to purchase Ultra, a $200 a month plan with 20x more usage than Pro. While most users are served by the Pro plan, the $20 plan, there are some users that are power users that needed more. By default, the Pro plan will move from request limits to compute limits. All users will get at least $20 of model inference at API prices per month. Concurrent with this change, we're rolling out unlimited access to the auto models and lifting all limits on tool calls. Existing users can choose to stay with the 500 request limit method if they prefer. So what do they mean by the API prices? This is a thing I talk about a lot in my other content. Different models cost different amounts of money. I built a little app for comparison that's very out of date and I need to update it accordingly because O3 is a lot cheaper than this says because the price changed. I need to just throw it on GitHub and let people update it for me. But different models cost more or less money when you are using them. Not like per message, because AI isn't billed per message, it's billed per tokens in and out, usually in millions. So all this pricing is based on 1 million input and output tokens. We'll turn off these outliers. Something like Claude 4 Sonnet costs $3 per million tokens in and $15 per million tokens out. A token is a way of breaking up a request. This is also how the generation works. Usually it's 3 to 5 characters. It's like a syllable almost. And those syllables make up the thing that you're inputting or outputting. On something like T3 chat, most requests are relatively low on the amount of input and output tokens. If I go and say, "Hi, what's up?" or ask it a basic question about, I don't know, a JavaScript function, the amount of input tokens there is going to be relatively small. Like one sentence is probably 10 to 20 at most. Output tokens output tokens are much more expensive because that's the actual work the model is doing. It's the thing that it is generating. So for most models, you'll see a pretty significantly bumped output cost relative to the input. Like with Claude 4 Sonnet, $3 per million in, 15 per million out. So the more generation the model is doing, the more text it is outputting, the more your cost increases, and it increases very, very quickly. Just for reference, I'm okay with sharing our costs. Here are the costs for the last, 9 days of T3 chat using Anthropic models. And here is our costs for all of June. It's not cheap. As you see, the vast majority is Claude Sonnet 4. There are people still using other models here and there. If I change this to show just Claude Sonnet 4, does it not let me group by token type? There we go. You can see here that our costs are about 50% input tokens and 50% output tokens. Sometimes it goes up a little bit, but a lot of our cost is the people sending long messages and using long histories. The other half is the output tokens. Before, like months before, when they didn't even have reasoning models yet, the split looked pretty different. Before the reasoning models were introduced, like they were here, you'll see that the vast majority of the cost was input tokens. The reason is because there were less tokens being output. When you turn on thinking for a model, it's generating way more output because it is thinking, which means generating. So when you use a thinking model, even if the price per token is exactly the same, your costs will go up a ton because you're outputting way more. That is a very, very important thing. Output costs went from about a fourth to a fifth of our cost to half or sometimes even more because these reasoning models will generate way more tokens. This is a big deal for something like Gemini 2.0 to 2.5 with the Flash models, where 2.0 Flash non-reasoning was super absurdly cheap, and 2.5 Flash with reasoning is up to 100 times more expensive, even though the costs per token are relatively similar. So we have a lot to consider when it comes to these prices and breakdowns, because I think a lot of people are missing this piece. Actually, cut me saying we have a lot to break down there. I hope this gives some context on the different types of token costs, because we'll be going deep into the details there. But we need to finish the overview of the drama first and foremost. So as I mentioned, on the $20 tier, you would get at least $20 of model inference at API prices, which means that whatever the cost would be if you had just called Claude directly on the, this means that if you had called the API directly, whatever the cost would be, that is what you're getting. That is what you would be paying, which is also technically the cost that they are paying at Cursor. They get a discount, but you'd be surprised how small those discounts are. We had an offer from Anthropic to do $20K a month minimum committed spend. So we would, like on a contract, guaranteed pay them at least $20,000 every month for 3 months. And we would get up to a 5% discount for that, which is just not much margin to work with and not worth the commitment. Because if it turns out we only need $18K in a given month, we have to pay them the 20 still, and we lose all the benefits of the discount. So you don't get much in terms of better pricing at scale. There are obviously at the scale of Cursor much better deals, but even then you're talking like maybe 20% probably at best. Like these models cost a lot of money to run, and it doesn't really matter who you are going to be spending that money somehow. Like GPUs cost money, the electricity costs money, servers cost money. This all is expensive to do. Historically, it was much less expensive. Again, you can see here when 3.5, or again, as you can see here, when 3.7 dropped with reasoning, our costs like 4x'd instantaneously for Anthropic models. The speed at which that increase happened was alarming to us. We had to make changes to T3 chat in order to not go under as a result of this introduction. And again, it was the same price, but the way usage changed and the way generation of outputs changed made it significantly more expensive for us. And this is just for a chat app, remember. This is just for people talking to an AI, asking it questions and getting answers. When you're also giving it a ton of tools, a ton of context through the code base and all these other things, the cost per message can go up a ton. And remember, Cursor used to charge per message. You got your 500 messages a month. It didn't matter if the message cost them 1 cent or $1. You got 500 of them. The thing that has changed is the average cost per message. If we look at this as like a function of like cost per message over time, they probably didn't have too high of costs per message initially. Let's say this starts at like 0, and we'll say the top tier, $2 per message. And this is meant to be average, not like the worst case message. We could P99 it or something, but I'm just trying to make the core point here. If previously the average message cost like 20 cents, maybe 10 cents, maybe 1 cent, we don't even really know. Over time, as these new models drop, the price increases, or they add tools and then the price goes up more. When they picked 500 messages for $20 a month, they were around here. So if each message cost, I don't know, 10 cents, and you got up to 500 of them, then you would be costing $50 at worst case. But chances are the average is probably lower. It's probably closer to like 3 cents per message, which means the worst case, if you use all 500 messages, on average, you would cost $15 a month using all messages. 20 gives them some wiggle room. I'm sure the actual costs are very different from my estimating here. This is just a gut based on the numbers I've seen and played with stuff like Claude Code. The costs for this stuff are not as cheap as people seem to think. And a lot of the discounts we've been getting through all of these well-funded VC-backed companies just eating the cost has deluded us into thinking the stuff is a lot cheaper than it actually is. I see the numbers. I manage the books for T3 Chat. It's not that cheap. I need to do a coupon. Cool. That said, we're still doing a pretty good job making sure things fit within the $8 a month tier on T3 Chat. So if you want to try it, so if you haven't tried T3 Chat out yet, I'll give you a discount code. I just set up good value where you'll get the entire, I just set up the promo code good value, which will give you the first month for just $1. So check it out if you haven't already. We put a lot of work into T3 Chat. You get access to every model with generous limits. We're still billing per message, but that might have to change in the future as well because things are changing a ton. And yes, there are some other coupon codes in here too. Anyways. Let me close that so I don't accidentally leak things. Nice. So again, their price was picked when the cost per message was lower. At some point, we started to see more reasoning models, which drastically increased output costs. Then we got agent mode, which allows for a given message to do multiple things in one call, where it will check and rerun and do more, which generates even more output. And then we got, and then we got more and more tool calling, which again would cause one message to do more different things. They added the max mode, which admittedly they call out here cost more because they're increasing the context window size. But all of these things drastically increased the cost per message. And that puts them in a hard spot. They can either fight to keep the cost per message low in order to make the price point reasonable, but now they're hurting the potential quality of what the tool can do. And other tools like Claude Code are more than happy to cost you 50 cents to $1 per message if they have to, because they don't care. That's just how they're built. But if Cursor can't do all of those things because they have a target for cost per message to hit, that sucks. So they don't want to limit themselves that way anymore. They wanted to make sure they could provide the best possible experience for you as the user without limiting how much each individual message costs. And ideally, over time, these costs will go down. When 2.5 Pro dropped, the average cost went down a little bit because 2.5 Pro is a slightly cheaper model. And also, they can probably get better deals from Google than they can through Anthropic. But honestly, 2.5 Pro is still quite expensive, so it probably wasn't as big a drop as you would hope. But over time, the hope is that more of these models will get cheaper and we'll see the price, instead of just constantly going up, maybe it will start to go down a bit and then you'll get more. This is why they are changing the pricing to no longer be based on a number of messages, because the cost per message is going to keep changing over time. It will go up and down. It will change a bunch. And for some users, the average message will be much more expensive than for other users. Instead of limiting what the product can do in order to hit a cost target per message, they're instead choosing to charge you how much the messages actually cost. So I honestly believe a lot of the issue here is that people have never thought about or seen the actual cost of a given generation or task that they're doing. And now that they're seeing it, it's scary. Just for reference, I have a code base here that I was working in that is for the T3 Clonathon. I want to make some changes quick. Let's try out Claude for it. I'm using Claude Code here. And with Claude Code, it will tell you how much it actually costs to do the change. Update the gallery view to highlight the top 3 winners more clearly. Make sure all 3 have a badge indicating their position. And you can see how many tokens it is using throughout, creating to-dos. It's going to go find all the things it needs in order to make these changes. I'll let this run in auto mode as we are continuing to talk about everything else, but I just want you guys to get an idea of what a given message can cost using tools like this. While we're waiting for that, I do want to call out the things I think Cursor did wrong. Biggest thing by far, in my opinion, is using the term unlimited basically ever. There is no such thing as unlimited when it costs money to do. They call things unlimited, and there are things that are effectively unlimited, like the tab complete. I can't imagine an amount of tab complete where they will limit you unless you're actually abusing it or trying to turn Cursor into an API. Using the term unlimited does make people's brains fall out, though. I've learned this a bunch throughout building different services. If you call anything unlimited, people stop functioning properly, and it is quite frustrating to see. Referring to the $20 a month plan as having unlimited messages ever is bad. It's also worth noting that the term unlimited has dimensions, because there are different things you want to do in Cursor. The bottom dimension is obviously number of messages. Now, people hear unlimited, they assume that means they could send as many messages as they want. But there's also number of options. When I say something is unlimited, generally speaking, I'm talking about the number of things. Generally speaking, when I say something's unlimited, I mean the number of times you can do the thing. But most people assume it means more than that. It also means the number of options you have. Like if there's an all-you-can-eat buffet, it's unlimited food. You go and fill your plate, and they say, oh no, that one thing at this table, you can only have a certain amount of that. These things are unlimited. You don't have unlimited everything. You have unlimited access to food, but you don't have unlimited access to each item that they're serving at this like all-you-can-eat buffet. The problem was that when people heard unlimited, they assumed unlimited all of the things. But what they actually meant was a limited set of options. The auto option was unlimited. And if you wanted other options, the number of messages you'd get would go down, not based on their arbitrary distinctions for how much it should be, based on the realistic costs for these things. Cool. Keep running. Yeah. On top of that, a lot of the comms they had were not great. That blog post we were checking before with the updates to pricing seems to be more so an announcement of the new pricing than it is a clarification on how the old pricing is changing, as well as the option to stay with the old request limit method that existed. This is kind of tucked in. And again, this is the updated version of the blog post. Let me find the original so we can roast that properly. Yeah. Let me... Okay, that's the... These are the exact same, aren't they? Okay, yeah. The previous post, or here's the archived version. Honestly, not too different beyond this one paragraph. The original was that we're happy to report we're rolling out changes this week to make pro plans more generous. I would never have worded this way. It's not actually more generous for a large number of users. By default, the Pro plan will now follow an unlimited with rate limits model, and all limits on tool calls will be lifted. Existing users can choose to stay with the 500 request limit method if they prefer. That's not clear enough at all. They should absolutely have called out the at least $20 of model inference at API prices per month. Not great comms, not great follow-up, and not great clarity publicly. There is another big problem with their comms, which is that generally they still don't fully own them. Right now, Cursor news largely comes from people like me and other users covering it, as well as a handful of random one-off employees tweeting the things that they're working on. In a sense, this is cool because they're really just focused on building the editor and they let the community run itself. But it also means that when there is a failure or a mistake like there was here, they don't own enough of the communication loop to address it and fix it properly. And even if they did, they don't have the distribution channels to get the message out. They rely on people like me to do that. But this is where that really hurts, especially when I think there are mistakes here, because it's much more likely you hear about this through users than you do through Cursor. Generally speaking, they have not owned enough communication with users, but there is a really big thing that they missed here, in my opinion, that I pushed super hard when I was chatting with them about all this. Where the fuck is the visual in the dashboard for this? Why can I not go to the dashboard and see where my usage is at? People are saying I haven't disclosed that I'm an investor. I've absolutely disclosed that I'm an investor multiple times in this video. I'm not hiding anything. If you want to be mad at me for not being super 100% negative about a thing, that's fine, but just say that. Don't try to write me off as biased. Combat my stance. Okay, usage included usage summary. Apparently they did change this. Okay. That's not as bad. I have to keep going. Okay, this is better, but still not good enough. Okay. I was corrected by chat. They do kind of have a visualizer, but it's nowhere near enough, in my opinion. Like, I need graphs. Like, in order to get to it, I had to go to usage and realize that this included usage summary is clickable. There is like an arrow here, but that didn't indicate anything to me. You got to click it with, by the way, it doesn't even do like a clickable on the cursor by default. Okay, now it is, but it wasn't before. That's weird. And here you can see the different models and how much usage I've done. Right now, I'm at $22 of API cost, as in that's what it would cost them if they were paying the traditional rates, from June 21st to July 21st. I'm told I have at least $20 of usage. I'm actually over that already, and I haven't been coding that much. I'm still at $22. I don't know when I'll hit a limit, though. There is no transparency here whatsoever about how much more I can do before I hit a limit. This is not well communicated at all. I have no insight whatsoever about what point I'll get to where I will now be cut off or paying money. It just kind of happens in the UI. And while I do actually kind of like how they do that, where they'll tell you you've saved $87 on API model usage this month with Pro, there is still not enough transparency here. Also, you can tell from the buttons getting their text cut off that this was kind of thrown in last second. But the point stands, it's not clear enough at all. I didn't even know until I just found this dashboard that despite my less than heavy usage, I'm still costing them more than $20. There's some point where I'm going to go over, or I'm already over. There's some point where if I keep using it, I'm going to get limited, and I don't know when that is. That sucks. For comparison, let me hide my email here. Cool. For comparison, here is T3 Chat's UI. You have your standard messages, and it tells you how many you have, and when your limit resets. For me, it's actually resetting tomorrow, just because that's when my sub goes off. You can even hover to get the exact timestamp for when that is, as well as the premium messages and purchase credits. We do want to change this because some messages cost a lot more than others, and we want to be more transparent with... We do need to change this because, again, message price-based billing doesn't work because sometimes the costs change drastically. But if we do change it, we need to make sure it's clear how much usage you have, when your usage resets, and how this all comes together. We can't just show you what the bill would be because that doesn't give you enough context about where you're at and where you're going and when you'll be limited. And right now, despite the fact that I'm an investor in Cursor and I talk with them a lot, I genuinely have no intuition whatsoever about what point I will have to start paying for my Cursor usage. Yeah, so call me biased all you want. I don't like this. I don't like the fact that I don't know when I'll hit a limit on a tool that's as useful to me as Cursor is. I use it as my main editor. I need to know when I will be charged more for using it, even if the amount is small. And that's another important distinction I want to make, that this isn't about being charged super large amounts of money. Most of us make a decent bit of money as developers. I don't mind paying $100 a month for how I use Cursor. I don't even mind paying $1,000 for how much I'm using it. It's getting me a ton of value, but I want to know when I'll be billed and how much I'll be billed. And right now I don't. What's even worse is sometimes I will do a really big, heavy agentic generation where I tell Opus to go add a new piece to the UI or build a new route in Pages. And what ends up happening is sometimes it just comes out bad and I delete it. I'm still paying for all of that generation, even if I don't like the coded outputs. You don't pay for errors, but you do pay for successful generations, even if the thing that it generates isn't useful. Also, most people still just don't understand tokens. We should be billing on tokens for T3 chat, but no one gets them. It's still a weird, unintuitive thing. It took me a while to better understand them myself. Figuring out how to explain these details is a problem in and of itself, much less visualize them and make sure users understand where they're at and what their costs look like. Speaking of which, let's check in over here. I haven't even checked to see what the code looks like for this yet. It's a relatively simple change. So let's see. Yeah, this is a very simple change. This is like 30 lines of code at most. like actually at most. Super simple UI change. That one message cost 50 cents of API costs. If I was doing this in Cursor and I got 500 of them for $20, that would cost $250 for them. That is horrifyingly expensive. The fact that this thing that used to cost maybe 3 cents per message now can cost 50 plus changes the trajectory and like way you have to think about these products on a fundamental level. And the way that they were structuring their billing doesn't work for the new things they want to add and to do. And this is also not just Claude Sonnet. They will heavily use 3.5 Haiku in or they'll heavily use 3.5 Haiku in the read take on that. And this also isn't just using Claude Sonnet, by the way. Haiku, which is the much cheaper Claude model, is used for most of the like parsing and finding things in the generation of the large like input context side because it's cheaper, and that's how Claude Code is built to work. But even then, even though it was largely just output generation here, 50 cents of cost almost. That's crazy. And the fact that we were getting 50 cents per message for 500 messages for $20 was a massive, generous thing that they were doing for us. In my recent video on the Gemini CLI, I go a bit more in depth on these numbers. Anthropic added a max plan where you get unlimited, effectively, Claude Code usage, where you're not billed on the API anymore. You're just paying a monthly subscription. You get 200 requests every 5 hours, up to 960 a day, up to 100,000 token input, and up to 8,000 token output. Just assuming you hit all of those, the 96 million input tokens a day and 8 million out is $288 for the input and $120 for the output per day. That's $408 times 30 days. Do you understand? To be clear, this is basically impossible to do. To be clear, this is basically impossible to do because you're not going to be hitting each of these limits in every 5-hour window for the entire month. But even if you got half the limit for 15 days of the month, so 408 times 0.5 for the half times 15, that's still $3,000 of inference. That's crazy. You're paying $200 a month and getting $3,000 of inference. So how can Anthropic do that? A couple reasons. One, they have a shitload of money raised. They can eat the loss leader. It's okay for them to. Similar with Gemini, and as I showed before, Gemini's like potential daily costs, which by the way, they're still giving you for free. They're not charging for Gemini CLI at all, and the usage is absurdly generous. Because Google and Anthropic both have a bunch of money, so they can do things like that. Anthropic also knows most users won't get close to that usage. So the majority of users are probably going to use less than 80% of the $200, which means that that money can be used to offset the heaviest users. A lot of this game is, how do you make sure the heaviest users are happy? Because they're the enthusiasts. They're the ones who will spread the good word of the thing you're building and get more users. But you need to make sure that they are both not too expensive and that there are enough normies using way less inference and using way less, or costing way less overall, to offset the cost of those power users. Like for T3 chat, we have users that cost us $50 to $80 a month still after all of our changes. When we had Gemini 2.5 Pro on the 1500 message standard tier, there were users who would cost us like $400 a month for $8. but there was few enough of them that the costs were offset by the $8 a month users, and we could still barely be profitable. Gemini 2.5 Pro was about to kill our profit margins, so we had to move it to the premium tier. But these are the things that we have to deal with as we structure our costs, and that's on an $8 tier. The $200 a month tier is a little more wiggle room there, but the extreme case is also way worse, where it can be thousands of dollars. But the biggest thing by far is that Anthropic sets the price. Every one of these tools other than Gemini CLI is using Anthropic's models because Sonnet and Opus are still by far the best models for tool calls. When you want to give a model the ability to run a grep command or find something in your code base or access something via MCP, OpenAI models are catching up, but Anthropic models are still the best at those things by far. As such, most of these tools, be it OpenCode, most of these tools, be it Cursor, Windsurf, OpenCode, Claude Code, basically all the things that we use, V0, Lovable, Bolt, Chef, they all have to rely on Anthropic models. And Anthropic, as I've mentioned, doesn't really budge on prices. Anthropic has their price point set. Anthropic has their prices set, and nobody gets major discounts. Even clouds like GCP and AWS that have offerings for Claude have to charge API rates because that's the agreement that Anthropic has with those clouds. So if I'm using GCP or Bedrock on AWS to host Claude models, I'm still paying the same token costs. Anthropic sets the price, which means they can give themselves a better price. There's limits to this, obviously. Like GPUs cost money, servers cost money. Using those for things that your Anthropic Max subscribers are getting means you can't sell that same inference to somebody else at the same time. There is money they're losing by giving this to users for cheaper, but it's also theirs and they own it, and they can give it away way cheaper than others can because they have a fixed price they are charging. In fact, if we again think about this as how the most expensive users have to be offset by enough normies, Anthropic Max subscribers have to be offset by things like T3 chat, things like Cursor, and all these other places, because there is a markup they are charging there that is used to buffer the costs that they might incur through something like their way too generous Anthropic Max $200 a month plan. There's one really important key point I want to drive home, though. Gemini CLI is costing Google a lot of money. Claude Code / Max sub costs Anthropic a lot of money. And Cursor's $20 a month, 500 messages costs Cursor a lot of money. All of these things are loss leaders that are able to be funded because the companies have money. Gemini, being by Google, means they have Google money, and they want to win this so bad that they will gladly eat costs. They also have their own silicon that they're running their inference on, which means that their cost profile is a lot different from the other options, so makes sense that they can do things others can't. Also, Google money means they have a lot more budget to do these type of things. Claude Code is through Anthropic, who can offset costs, as I mentioned, by selling these things to other people. But more importantly, they have a shitload of money raised. They have a bunch of money in the bank. They can afford to eat this in order to assure their position in the space. I would also argue that Anthropic's a little bit salty because the Claude Code creators left to work at Cursor, and they are going to be a little harsher on the price gouging, as well as trying to price Cursor out of the market. It is without I almost 100% believe what is kind of a conspiracy, but it just makes too much sense. It's weird that it would happen any other way, that Anthropic is squeezing Cursor a little harder right now out of saltiness. And part of why they put out this much more generous Max plan is to put more pressure on Cursor and make things harder for them, because they don't want this other new company that's just building an editor, not making foundational models, to hurt their bottom line. And obviously, Cursor is in a similar boat. Previously, for $20 a month, their costs were actually probably not too bad, and they probably profited a decent bit. But costs are going up. These models are getting more expensive. They're doing more things per message. So what might have been a reasonable price before is now also a loss leader. All three of these things aren't making money on average. Or all three of these things at like the top percentile of users are huge loss leaders for the businesses. And what matters most is that enough users aren't costing that much money, that it's profitable, or the long-term return they get from giving these things away for cheaper is good enough that it's worth losing some money now. This is a very common way of squeezing out other businesses in a space. The biggest example of this was the diapers.com Amazon drama. Diapers.com was a specialty retailer for baby products from 2005 to 2017. Amazon wanted to be the one shop for everything, and they didn't like these specialized sites that they were competing with. So they started a legendary price war where they were selling things at cost. If it cost them, I don't know, $20 to buy a pack of diapers to then sell to users, they would sell it for $15, taking a loss because they had enough money to do that, and they knew that Quidsi, the company that owned diapers.com, couldn't do it. They took advantage of the amount of money they had to push others that didn't have that budget out of the industry. And as soon as they got them screwed over enough, they acquired the company and then raised the prices back to where they should have been by default, the actual organic price. And this is the big problem here is the war to get users has forced these companies to charge way less than things actually cost. Customers now have zero intuition on the natural costs of these things because they pay $20 a month to OpenAI and they get unlimited messages. They paid $20 a month to Cursor and they got 500 messages where they could do whatever they want with them. They pay $200 a month to Anthropic, and then they can do literally anything they need to with Claude Code. There are a lot of other good analogies coming up in chat. It's like ride sharing in 2016, food delivery apps when they were popping out. All of these things are these companies using the money they've raised and the other things they have to arbitrarily lower the prices so they can win users in hopes that they can charge them the right amounts long term. When do they have to start charging, though? That's the important distinction. They have to start charging when their numbers are looking bad enough that it hurts their runway. If Cursor has raised a certain amount of money and they are spending a certain amount on all of the inference that they're giving away, like above costs, they need to figure out when to make the transition. And Cursor has a lot less wiggle room than Claude Code or Gemini have. This is kind of like a Survivor thing where whoever has the most money in the biggest war chest can last longer. And both Gemini and Claude have other ways to lower their prices because they own the inference and they can charge others for inference for other things. And if Claude Code wants to make the $200 tier more generous, they can charge Cursor more money in order to balance that out. And to be clear, none of this is meant to excuse the terrible communication and lack of clarity, visualization, and transparency on the Cursor side. It was embarrassing for a company to be as far along as they are and not even have a way for me to see what my limits are and when I'm going to hit them is inexcusable. And the lack of clarity in the wording and I still hate the at least language. At least $20 a month of inference at API prices per month. Not great. All of that said, they did post a response when the drama started to get out of hand on the 4th of July, really late. I saw people speculating that they posted this on the 4th of July at night because they wanted to hide the drama. I am 1000% confident that is not the case because I was talking with them as they were writing this. They had the whole team working on they had the whole team working late on a Friday, rushing to get this out as quickly as they could when the drama got to the point where they noticed it and were concerned because they don't know how to deal with drama. Most companies have never had any huge level of outrage towards them. It kind of sucks. Like the first time you've dealt with the thundering herd, it's a miserable thing to deal with. Most have never had to do it. And I don't think Cursor's ever had a big outrage event like this, and they had no idea how to deal with it. And they tried their best to, as quickly as possible, get this out. Don't read into when they posted it so much as just seeing that they went out of their way to get it out as soon as they felt like they had to. As soon as they saw the misunderstanding people had, they jumped in front. And I think the post is pretty good. Our recent pricing changes for individual plans were not communicated clearly, and we take full responsibility. We work hard to build tools you can trust, and these changes hurt that trust. Before we break down how the new pro pricing works, we want to make sure you know that we will refund any unexpected charges that you may have incurred for usage over the past 3 weeks. And here's the timeline. The original post with the changes being made to the Pro and Ultra plan, the version that didn't include the at least $20 of usage bit. June 30th, they updated it to include that bit. And then July 4th, they are following up because people were still very confused. In particular, there were people being billed for amounts that they didn't expect because it wasn't clear enough in the editor and in the UI. And these aren't edits. These are different posts. This is the original post that I shared before. This is the updated version, which I've already compared. And now now on July 4th, we have the new post clarifying all of this and owning the mistakes. So how does the new Cursor Pro plan work? You get unlimited usage of tab as well as unlimited usage of models that are in auto, $20 of Frontier model usage per month at API pricing, as well as an option to purchase more Frontier model usage at cost. We previously described our included model usage as rate limits, which wasn't an intuitive way to describe the limit. It was a usage credit pool for the month. After you've exhausted your credit, we still give a short grace period beyond the credit pool. If you exceed your included usage and do not want to use models in auto, you can enable a spend limit. This allows you to pay for additional usage at cost. I talked to a lot of people, and a bunch of users of Cursor said they didn't even know this happened. It hasn't affected them. And almost every time they were using auto. If you're using auto, you're almost certainly fine. None of this matters. But if you're the type that likes to use the best and manually will select Sonnet or Opus or Gemini and turn on max mode and all those things, we are the people that are affected by this change. So why did they change? Cursor uses a combination of custom models as well as models from providers like OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and XAI. Their custom models, to be fair, are mostly the tab complete model that they got from acquiring Supermaven, but that's an aside. For external models, we previously charged based on the number of requests made. There was a limit of 500 requests per month, with Sonnet models costing 2 requests. Because again, Sonnet models are expensive. New models can spend more tokens per request on longer horizon tasks. Though most users' costs have stayed fairly consistent, the hardest requests cost an order of magnitude more than the simple ones. API-based pricing is the best way to reflect that. Yes. If 90% of messages cost 3 cents and 1% of messages cost $2, you can't charge based on the number of messages anymore. We moved from request-based pricing to $20 of included usage on Pro. We also started to offer unlimited usage of models when auto is selected. Auto automatically routes to different Frontier models based on capacity. Again, Cursor's doing enough inference that they're not being billed just on tokens anymore. They are renting out servers and farms with GPUs in them that have a certain amount of load that they're being hit with. And if they're being hit with too much load, it will offload that to more traditional providers like the official Anthropic endpoints, the official or using AWS Bedrock as well as GCP and all those things. But they try to default to their owned capacity that they are renting out from these server farms. That's why they had fast and slow before, because if you had fast on, they would just guarantee something can resolve it as quickly as possible. But if you didn't, then they would wait until their capacity had availability to finish your request. Also, thank you, Sfei, so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Quick shout out for those We want more awesome streamers in the code space to follow. Appreciate that a ton. We're currently deep in the drama of the Cursor price changes. Yeah, I agree. The follow-up blog post was not great. I thought I pointed that out. Not the follow-up blog post, the edits to the original blog post. The follow-up one, this clarifying our pricing one is pretty good overall. Yeah. So again, the point here is that different messages cost different amounts, and the way Cursor structured their deals with these providers worked until the messages got to a certain amount of compute needed, cost like incurred, and all of that, as well as them growing a ton over time. And they wanted to update the pricing to better reflect that. As they say, we were not clear that unlimited usage was only for auto and not all other models, which have at least $20 of included usage. I still hate the at least bit. Based on median token usage, the Pro plan currently covers about 225 Sonnet 4 requests, 550 Gemini requests, or 650 GPT 4.1 requests. And the vast majority of Pro users do not run out of their included usage. Not to keep harping on my usage, but is there any way for me to see the actual like total events I have in this window? Okay, 148 events. So I've done 148 messages in a wider window than this, because this one stops at the 21st. This one stops at the 10th. But assuming that this is all of them, that's 148 generations, the vast majority of which are with Claude 4. Occasionally I use 2.5 Pro or Opus, but Claude 4 Sonnet was the vast majority. At 148 messages, I am still at over $20. So apparently I should be able to get 225. I'm off by almost 100, but I'm also not being charged yet. And I don't know when I will be. It's not clear enough. And that sucks. But I also understand why it's not clear enough, because it's not clear to them either, but they need to change that. They need to find a way to communicate this with people where people don't feel like they're being screwed, where they don't feel the uncertainty that even I feel right now, where I don't know when I'm going to start being charged. And then they say just how, and then again, they own it, which I think is the most important thing. We missed the mark. We recognize that we didn't handle the pricing rollout well, and we're sorry. Our communication was not clear enough and came as a surprise to many of you. We're improving how we communicate future pricing changes. We're offering usage refunds for those with unexpected usage between June 16th and July 4th. Please contact Pro Pricing at Cursor if you have a surprise usage billing. The team will work as fast as possible to give you a full refund. What we're shipping next. We're committed to doing a better job with pricing updates going forward. That means advanced notices, clear documentation, and ensuring our team is prepared to support you through transitions. We're improving our pricing page documentation and adding additional visibility on the Cursor dashboard to see when you're approaching usage limits. Expect more updates in the coming weeks. Cool, they're doing that. In many ways, I would argue it's too little, too late. The idea of shipping this change before you ship the visualization for its effect on you as a user, not great. Really not great. Supposedly, everybody who's reached out has gotten refunds really quick. Design Gears here got refunded in about 20 minutes from sending the email. They're being pretty good about it overall. You get the idea, though. It's, in a lot of ways, it is too little, too late. And the thought of shipping something like this without also shipping the necessary visualization to see it is scary. And again, I'm near my limit that I don't know for sure with 140 messages. And previously, I could do 500 for the same price. And that feeling sucks. And I totally sympathize with people who are upset by this, because this is upsetting. You were charged a lot less for a thing. You expected it. You relied on it. You built it into your workflow. And now that's gone. I do want to emphasize one last important thing, though. There is no free lunch. Anybody who thinks or anyone who thinks they can just move off of Cursor to something else to get the fair price that Cursor refuses to charge them doesn't understand how expensive this stuff is to do. Other options, if they are cheaper right now, that's a right now thing. I remember when Windsurf dropped and it was $10 a month, everyone freaked out. Like, why would you pay 20 for Cursor when Windsurf's only 10? Because Windsurf's limits are even more significant because they have to be because of how much money it costs to do this inference. I just did one run on Claude Code and the API costs alone, even though they were trying to use the cheaper models like Haiku, it was still 50 cents for one message. That's just what these cost. We all were getting free lunch like the old Uber subsidizer. We were all getting free lunch like the old Uber subsidization. God. We were all getting a bit of a free lunch as costs were being subsidized by VCs and all these other things that were allowing it to be. But the subsidy era of AI generation is starting to shrink. These companies that are charging less than their costs can only do it for so long. And Cursor isn't even the first one to make these changes. We were one of the first to do it because we had to in order to make the $8 a month price work. But we're past the point where you can get $500 of something for $20, unless you're getting it from a frontier model company that is willing to eat the costs a bit longer. So if you're sitting here thinking, well, I'll just move to Claude Code because it's way better for $40 a month, just wait. Unless the models get way cheaper, you're going to be experiencing the exact same thing that Cursor users are dealing with right now. Well, Gemini CLI is free. I'm just going to use that instead. How long do you think it's going to stay free for? Let's be realistic here. Windsurf is still only $10 a month. If the OpenAI acquisition doesn't go through, that's going to change real quick. There is no free lunch, and even if some options seem like a much better value right now, that's a combination of the frontier model companies being able to charge less for their own usage than for external usage. But more importantly, they're just doing that so they can win the users now, cause the other companies to bleed, and then raise the prices when they can. And all of that said, I like what Gabriel just pointed out in chat. The value that you can get out of things like Cursor and Claude Code or whatever else you're using is worth much more than the $20 or even $200 a month that you're paying for. I totally agree. I am getting way more value out of Cursor than $20 a month. That doesn't make these changes acceptable, but we have to be realistic. It's okay to believe two things that might seem contradictory. Like, Cursor is worth more than $20 a month for most users. This is, in my opinion, absolutely a true statement. The amount of value I'm getting out of Cursor is comparable to having another engineer that's pretty good on my team. For $20 a month, that's insanely generous. For $200 a month, that's still pretty damn generous. At the same time, Cursor's pricing changes caused unnecessary confusion and uncertainty for users. I believe both of these statements are true. Cursor charging more for usage, reflecting what you're using it for and how much things cost, makes sense because it's worth more than what I was paying. But at the same time, the way that they did this and communicated this and the uncertainty I now feel when I do a generation, the fact that I'm now hesitating to Command I and put something in here because I am worried about when I will hit this limit and when it will cost me money, that uncertainty and that hesitation I now feel to press Command I and do something here is bad. These can both be true things, and they are. The solution is way more transparency and clarity. And also, of course, a willingness to eat costs at the extremes in order to balance things out. I would make the argument that Cursor went a little too hard to target that like P99 user. Cursor looked at their numbers. They saw these 1% users, like the absolute, probably 0.1%, the hardest core users, doing hundreds of dollars of inference for $20 a month. And they rebuilt their pricing to make sure nobody can cost them that much money. And I understand the urge to do that. But realistically speaking, in almost any space, you have to be willing to let the top percentile be at cost, because they're also bringing you a huge benefit. They're bringing a bunch of users with them. The diehard lunatics doing hundreds of generations a day in Cursor are also the ones who are posting on Twitter about how cool it is and telling all their coworkers and friends about it and getting more people into the ecosystem. And the majority of who they bring isn't going to cost hundreds of dollars a month. Cursor's attempts to prevent Cursor's changes make those users not cost the money. But now those users, that top 1%, those hardest core diehards, they don't feel taken care of anymore. And all these other companies, the Windsurfs and the Geminis and the Claude Codes of the world, are willing to eat the cost because winning those enthusiasts means a lot of other people will follow. And my fear here, and the concern I have, and I've already seen this, is there are lots of users who will not hit the limit on the $20 tier that are now concerned because these top tier users, these hardest core people, are hitting the limits and they're sharing it. And since they're the trusted sources, those same people are going to follow those trusted sources where they go. So if you follow somebody who's talking about Cursor a lot and you learn a lot through them, and they say, I can't use Cursor anymore, I'm being billed more than it was supposed to be, I'm switching to Claude Code because it's a good value, you might not be at the $20 a month usage tier, but you'll see them, you trust that source, and you follow them there. This is a huge existential risk to the business of Cursor that they have to be considerate of. We are the same way with T3 chat. I expect our top 1% of users to always cost us money. We need to make sure it's not too much money that we are going to put ourselves out of business. Like if the top 1% who are paying $8 a month cost us $50 a month, that gets offset pretty quickly depending on like at what point in your curve, like what percentile do users start costing money and how much do they cost in that percentile? You have to do this math out. You have to know how many users cost more than you're charging them and how much more are they costing, and balancing this out on all sides. One of the ways to do this is higher price tiers, which they did. Get those 1% users a higher tier that fits within their usage and still let them go over it. A $200 a month Cursor sub should be able to spend a lot more than $200 of inference because those are the enthusiasts that you want to have plugging your shit. So as long as you make sure those users don't go way too over and they bring enough users to offset it, we're good. But as somebody has pointed out in chat, this is their problem, not ours. I totally agree. This isn't meant to be me telling you what you as a user should do. This is me telling Cursor what they should do and how they need to think about this in order to not lose the diehards and then lose all of the other users they bring with them. You have to serve the top, or you have to serve these 1% users, and you have to be willing to eat cost for them in order to long-term win. That said, you shouldn't be eating cost for the top 50% users, or in the case of Gemini, the top 100% of users. Literally every Gemini CLI user is at cost because it's free right now. Cursor can't do that, and they shouldn't do that, but those top users should feel taken care of so they can show every other potential user why they should show up. And the case in point, locked in coded in chat here, is at $3,000 of Claude Code usage in 14 days on the $200 tier. That is really hard to compete with, but it's worth putting the extra effort in order to make sure that enthusiasts like him are happy with the value that they're getting, so they will tell others to join. It's all complex math and balancing. And previously, Cursor was fine because the cost per message was low. Now that the cost per message has gone up a bunch, their numbers weren't looking as good, and they made changes accordingly, didn't communicate it well, and now I'm here doing a video talking shit on Cursor. Those are the consequences of getting these things wrong. And I'm not here to say it's easy. This stuff sucks. We have been talking about how to change pricing for T3 chat basically since we dropped T3 chat, and we're starting to get close-ish. I'm honestly thankful Cursor screwed this up as badly as they did, because I got to learn a lot about how we're going to make similar changes in T3 chat. And even though I'm an investor and the success of my investment is probably going down as a result of this, like the likelihood I get to have a good exit is lessened by this failure, it benefits me and my business greatly. And at the very least, I get to make some content out of it too. I hope you understand the complexity of these things. And it's not as simple as Cursor bad trying to make more money. This is way deeper and way more complex than that. This is Cursor trying to survive in the world while bringing a great service to users and raising a ton of money and building the best way to write code. If anything, I'm impressed. This is the first big fumble they've had, but it is a massive, unforgivable fumble. And we should all hold them accountable for the mistakes they made here, both so that they don't make them and so the whole industry knows it's not okay to do anything that feels like a rug pull at this level. That's all I have to say on this one. Curious how you guys feel. Am I underplaying or overplaying this? Or I tried my best to do neat or retake on the cut there. That's all I got to say on this. Curious how you feel about my coverage here. I went out of my way to be as reasonable and neutral as I could. I know I have my biases, but I'm trying to give you the perspective as somebody who builds services like this with AI and cover the pieces that I feel like people are missing about where these costs came from. Curious how you guys feel. Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Thank you, guys. I'm happy I did well. 50 cents in Claude were not for one message. They were for 20 plus. Okay. Good call out. Probably not talking about the Perplexity browser. I just don't care, and I can't use it anyways. Quick point of clarification from Cooper. Actually, phase, where do we put this? Where whenever I mentioned the like cost per message with agents, use that. Or like in that area, put this. Okay, cool. Quick point of clarification. In agent mode, each new message in a loop counts as a separate one. So if you're doing something where it greps the code base to find a file and then does another step, each of those steps is a message. So you might only send 10 messages and get dinged for 50 messages if each one does 5 tool calls. That's how they break this up, because that's how the APIs work too, is once the tool call is completed, all of that context is fed back in to do the next generation. So agent stuff was built differently in that sense. But at the same time, the output token cost still went up a ton, and the amount of context going in for each of those tool calls increased input tokens a lot as well. So while the number of messages per message hasn't gone up on their end, because you're paying for each of those additional messages, the amount of context each of those messages is ingesting and outputting the cost per message has still gone up a ton. I would be surprised if the average message cost hasn't gone up by at least 5x since they initially put out Cursor. I think that's an important thing to understand, is how much more expensive each message is now. Marcus is something else, yeah. I think I've covered that well enough. I'm running low on time. I need to run to an event. I really want to do what I love about Convex today, but it's not going to happen. Time is too tight. Let me look at my calendar quick. I know I can't stream tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, but I should be able to Saturday. Cool. Yeah. I have to stream Saturday because we're just too far behind otherwise. So expect me to be live then. Let me do the Chrome extension botnet as our last thing for the day. I don't want to miss this when we have the chance to cover it early. Yeah. Oh God, what is this? I hate this. I hate that so much. Oh, do I think they started the $200? Yeah. I don't know what this is. Yeah. I have seen the Cloudflare pay per crawl, actually. Oh, you dropped the link. Perfect. That'll fit alongside here. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you guys for the context. Nintendo Switch 2, if you want to play Nintendo games and you don't own a Switch yet, Switch 2 is a really good way to play Nintendo games. Like, if you want to play Zelda and Mario Kart, do it. If you don't, then don't. Like, you can get a Steam Deck for cheaper and have way more access to way more things that are really fun. Overall, I still use my Steam Deck more, but I have had a lot of fun replaying Cursor. I've had a lot of fun replaying Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on my Switch 2. So it really comes down to that. Do you want to play the Nintendo games on the Switch 2? If so, get the Switch 2. If no, get the Steam Deck. Sorry, my brain is slowly stopping firing. I've been working too much. Let's cover this, and then I'll wrap up. Steam Deck is still absolutely worth it just because of the convenience of it, the quality of the OS, the screen is awesome. I still love the Steam Deck screen so much. The OLED specifically. I love Bazite. I have it on my ROG Ally. It's still just not good enough in comparison. Steam Deck is a little heavy, but the Steam Deck OLED is my favorite console I've ever owned. I did not like the original Steam Deck. I fucking love my OLED. I will defend that. I am the Valve hater. I will defend that thing till the day I die. I am so happy with it. It is absolutely worth the money. Even just because the games that are optimized for it are optimized for it specifically. So even if there are other more powerful handhelds, the likelihood that you hit random bugs or implementation quirks is high enough that it caused me to basically stop using my ROG Ally, even in Bazite mode, which, by the way, the Bazite build on it made it a lot nicer overall, but it still wasn't quite there. Anyways, extension botnet. Let's do it. Yeah. It's been a while since I had a Chrome extension drama to cover. How do I want to open it? Time to talk about my... Looks like we get to talk about two of my least favorite things. I'll just open it with this. Just start with this phase without even me in it. Browser extensions turn nearly 1 million browsers into website scraping bots. Oh boy, two of my least favorite things, Chrome extensions and scraping, oh boy, two of my least favorite things, Chrome extensions and botnets. This is quite the story. As soon as I saw this shared by my chat, I knew I had to talk about it because I know too much about all of the pieces here. I've built some very popular Chrome extensions and had people burn novel exploits to get into Google accounts, just to get into my dashboard or to publish malware. People underestimate how dangerous Chrome extensions are, as well as how much incentive there is to turn people's devices into botnets. There's never been more need for data than there is now because we're in the AI race and everyone needs data to train their models to do all the things that we want to do with AI. At the same time, websites are restricting the access to their content harder and harder so that these companies have to pay for the data. Twitter doesn't just let you use the API for free and access everything anymore. They close the fire hose basically entirely, and you have to pay them a bunch of money for access to the data. Reddit's done the same thing, locking down their API almost entirely. These changes are happening because the value of this data is going up as these companies need it more and more. And the incentive to work around these blockers is higher than ever as well. If you can't get the Reddit data for free, if getting Reddit's data now costs a ton of money to do through their API, what if you can scrape the website instead to get it for free? The world of scraping and botnets has never been so drastic and dramatic as it is right now, and we're going to see things like this happening way more often. I want to break down what went wrong and I'm super excited to break all of this down with you guys, but someone's got to cover our bills. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Better transition. As somebody with a Chrome extension that has millions of installs, you'd think I would have made some money on it, but it's made me $0. It actually cost me quite a bit. So quick word from today's sponsors to cover some bills, and then we'll dive right in. Let's break this one down. Ars Technica has some pretty good coverage, but I heard this article from Secure Annex is even better, so I'm going to start with this instead. Fun AI-generated image there. Turning browsers into request brokers. How the Mellowtail library transformed browsers extensions into distributed web scraping network. This is about how the Mellowtail library would transform browser extensions into a distributed web scraping network, making nearly 1 million devices an unwitting bot army. Many devs begin creating browser extensions with a strong passion to solve problems that they believe others might face as well. As extensions become more popular, the added burden of updates and maintenance can weigh heavily on devs who likely have other priorities. They might try to find paths to monetize the extension, but it often isn't as simple as putting a price tag on them. Totally agree. You guys have no idea how many emails I used to get every day from people trying to buy my extension so they could distribute malware to the million people that already have it installed. There are lots of monetization as a service companies that have emerged, promising devs ways to be compensated, yada, yada, yada. Libraries can be added to the existing extension, sometimes without even requiring new permissions. And in return, extension devs begin getting paid as their extensions are used. Doesn't this sound too good to be true? Yeah, when I was in college building Chrome Tana, my Chrome extension to redirect Bing searches elsewhere, the idea of installing this package and suddenly making a bunch of money on it would have been really, really tempting when I was a broke college kid. I probably wouldn't have done it because I would have looked into what it did, but it would have been incredibly tempting and hard for me to pass on, especially if I could maintain ownership of the extension. Most of the offers I was getting were people who wanted to either take the extension via transfer or just take over my Google account entirely. None of those were options. There are several of these libraries, but some of the more popular ones track user browsing behaviors in order to generate clickstream data. Again, the need for data has never been so great. Any weird source you can make to get more data is potentially really valuable right now. I see why these things exist. Still sketchy, still absurd. And I'm always amused when people are complaining about how bad the web is with trackers, and then they install some weird spyware Chrome extension for ad block that's just tracking everything they do. By the way, if you're using an ad blocker and it's not either built into your browser or uBlock Origin or Origin Lite, you're almost certainly giving away a ton of data you shouldn't be. The AdBlock and AdBlock both the AdBlock and AdBlock Plus extensions are super sketchy. Keep those far away from any machine you care about. I've made it a point when I see someone screen sharing and they're using one of the sketchy ad blocks to point it out and make them uninstall it on the spot because it's so sketchy. uBlock Origin and Lite are both absolutely in the clear, but these other things are sketchy. Be careful. Speaking of sketchy, these clickstream packages are really sketchy too. Companies are creating these libraries to target devs and their advertising tech firms that they're working with to aggregate the data and offer clients, like very large companies, realistic profiles of browsing behaviors for ad purposes. That's not what we're here to talk about, though, because there's a new monetization method that's even sketchier. They pay extension developers in exchange for unused bandwidth of users who have the extension installed. This reality can be far more sinister. We'll cover what it actually means, who's behind the library, and the cybersecurity risks that a company should consider if they find an extension using these libraries. Devs who integrate these libraries don't actually understand what they're adding and what they do, and they certainly don't understand, and users certainly don't understand that the productivity extension that they're installing is doing sketchy shit like this behind the scenes. The Mellotel.js library is the one we're talking about. It's open source and available for inspection, but it's still pretty sketchy. What's the license on it? I'm curious. It's GPL. So this goes to show you not all GPL code can be trusted. Monetize your browser plugin. Open source, consensual, and transparent. Sure. Let's see where this goes. And again, like when you do those things, when you make it GPL license, you open source it, you're this transparent, all the branding's good, all that, devs are just going to blindly trust it. They're like, NPM install this, we're transparent, you make money, all is good in the world. Nothing is that simple. As browser extensions are primarily JS, Mellotel can be installed in any project just by NPM installing. Once done, you need a couple of permissions are added to the manifest, like the declarative net requests and access to all URLs. This is the sketchy one. This means the extension can run on any page. Very, very sketchy. I don't have any extensions that have that enabled. I would usually have to intercept network requests on a given URL, like to Bing, to redirect it somewhere else. But I've never needed all URLs permission. This one is scary and sketchy, and any extension that has this, you should be very careful about. Because that means when you're checking your bank, it has access to the contents of the page. Scary. Be careful. That said, if your extension does already have these because it needs them, let's say you built an ad block or an autocomplete for text chats or an extension that lets you customize the way pages look. All of those things already have all URLs permissions. So you're able to install this without changing permissions, which means users aren't prompted when the update comes in. It will auto-install. There are a lot of really popular extensions that could add this package, auto-install it on your computer without you doing anything, and suddenly you have this sketchy thing running on your machine. The library is then utilized by including a small amount of configuration in the extension service worker and adding a new content script that is injected into all web pages visited. The docs ask that devs let users opt in to sharing their bandwidth, but that is functionally optional, as there are no checks to determine if a real user knows what they are approving or to determine if the developer just opts all users in on their behalf. Yeah, the code doesn't actually include the opt-in for users. You just choose as the dev whether or not to opt in, whether or not it's running, and maybe you build a UI for it, maybe you don't. Funny enough, it's one of the negatives of it being open source. People can implement it however they choose to, and it seems like a lot of people are implementing it in a very sketchy way. If you're curious about the background scripts thing, that's kind of the core of how extensions work. They have a script that's running in the background. So like when you click the little button for the extension, the code that runs all of this and the JavaScript that binds to this HTML view that gets rendered, all those details are done in the service worker background script. And if you want to load something on the page, you will inject a different JavaScript bundle into the page that can do things on the page. So that's what these two pieces are. One is the JavaScript that manages the extension, the permissions, what exists where. The other is the JavaScript that gets loaded into a given page. And since it has all URL permission, they're loading it into every page you go to. So what's really happening when a user uses an extension with Mellotel installed? The website often references an extension called Idle Forest, which uses their technology. So let's start with that. After installing Idle Forest, it asks if the user would then like to start planting as the opt-in to Mellotel. You can see from the service worker for the extension that it's implementing the background initialization. The delay is a common tag, a log, or looking into the service worker console of the extension, we can see the Melatonin library initialize in a log, or when you look at the extension's console logs, which anyone can see, it's just part of the console logs. You can see that a Melatonin library initialization is happening, and it logs a message mentioning that it's not been activated for enough time. This delay is a common tactic used to evade behavioral analysis. If when you first install the thing, it doesn't do anything, it's harder to notice when you're auditing the stuff that these behaviors exist. This probably helps them get through the Chrome extension review process more easily. And if somebody's reviewing this extension as an employee at Google before approving it, and they see this new library, they see a GitHub link, they go to it, see it's open source, scroll through the code quickly, like, this all looks fine, and then hit accept, that's how this gets put through. Eventually, the extension activates and creates a WebSocket channel to an AWS Lambda function. It begins sending some device information like location, bandwidth availability, heartbeats, and status. A WebSocket channel to a Lambda function is not a cheap thing to do. I'm curious how that's actually implemented because I'm a nerd, but I don't want to get bogged down by the info details here. Let's just talk about what it's doing. Eventually, the service worker will receive a request on the WebSocket with a website or a list of websites. It takes these websites and injects a hidden iframe into the website that you're currently on. So here is that JavaScript that will run. It goes through the list of URLs that you were given from the server, and then it creates a bunch of iframes on the page, hides them, and mounts these URLs in them. So you're basically opening a bunch of mini browsers in the page, going to those different websites. And then you can scrape them. Why would you do this here instead of doing it in the cloud or doing it on a server farm or doing it in all these other places? The reason you would do this via a Chrome extension is because you want to distribute the cost of the compute, the cost of the bandwidth, and most importantly, the IP addresses that you're doing this with. If you do this via a server farm on AWS, that's all coming from a limited set of IP addresses that are probably already blocked by a lot of these sites. You cannot scrape Reddit from AWS. You will be limited and blocked out almost immediately. You need ways to, in order to collect this data, you need to hit the places from a lot of different IP addresses, ideally distributed across the world. But that's why botnets are more valuable now than ever, because sites like Reddit are locking down their data harder than ever. And the need for this is going up. It's also why there are all of these services, like one that comes up a lot, Bright Data, that do crazy things. Like they'll give you a notification in a game, for example, if you're playing a mobile game that says, get more credit by solving these CAPTCHAs. And what you're doing is you're solving CAPTCHAs for a bot somewhere else running either on another server or someone else's computer. And you're solving the CAPTCHAs to get credit in a game to scrape a site on someone else's computer somewhere else in the world to get data for some other customer. The amount of hops these things are doing in order for you to get that data as an AI company or whoever else wants it is kind of absurd. Yeah, this all makes sense. They create the iframe. They immediately style display none it so that it is not visible. They attach it by appending child. And then on load, they post a message to this iframe to do everything else they want to do. All makes sense. They also do a bunch of other things to make sure it is invisible, like setting all the border styles width and all of that to be invisible. So G-style opacity is 0, again, making it impossible to see. All of this is to make it so you don't know what's going on when it's going on. The iframe loads the website secretly and returns the HTML back to the service worker. The service worker parses the web page, packages the data up, and returns it back to the Lambda function. I believe this is what Melatonin means when it says it's utilizing your unused bandwidth. Yeah. Ooh, they have a video. Let's check this out. Okay, no sound. Yeah. Here you can see all the data that it is sending and receiving from the WebSocket connection. The save HTML endpoint is what it's sending that HTML data to. Here is the iframe that it loaded. Those are all the different pages that it is requesting in order to do those iframes, and then sending that data over that WebSocket connection. Wild. Shouldn't there be some protections to stop this from happening? How can you so easily load unintended content inside of any web page? Well, normally there are protections to prevent this. Common web server security headers like content security policy and X-frame options should stop this from happening. However, remember that the library requested declarative net request and all URLs access to be added to the manifest. Those permissions allow for modifications of web requests and responses as they are being made. Is declarative net request still in manifest v3? Okay, it is. I thought that was one of the APIs that got gutted. It looks like it's still pretty available, which is kind of crazy. The ability to modify requests, or the ability to modify web requests via Chrome extension is sketchy and should be much more granular permissions-wise. I don't love that. A lot of people think Manifest v3 was way too heavy a crackdown and Google trying to prevent ad blockers. No, it was an attempt to clean up things like this, and I would argue they didn't go far enough, apparently. Yeah. So as I said, these permissions allow for modification of web requests as well as the responses as they are being made. The library dynamically modifies rules that will remove security headers from web server responses and then claims to add them back after the web page has loaded. So here we are removing rules for the things that keep the page from loading due to X-frame and CSP rules. And then we add them back later after the request has come in. Fun. This weakening of all web browsing can open users up to attacks like cross-site scripting that would generally be prevented under normal conditions. Not only are your users unintentionally becoming bots, but their actual web browsing is now more vulnerable as well. Absolutely. If they're doing this on every request, that is super, super sketchy. Super, super sketchy. So who is behind Mellowtel? The members of Mellowtel are a very active GitHub group, and in their repository, the members of Mellowtel are very active. There happened to be a public discussion about adding Mellowtel's monetization in a very popular multi-platform extension package called Plasmo HQ. Plasmo is one of the starting points to build a Chrome extension, kind of like a Next.js type thing for building extensions. I haven't had a chance to use it because I've built my extensions from scratch myself and it's miserable. It seems like it's pretty useful. Hopefully they're not going to add this though. As a business strat, it makes total sense. Why not offer devs a really easy monetization option while they build their extension? This was started by Daniba, who claims to work for Mellowtel. His avatar looks familiar. He's the founder of Idle Forest. Turns out the Idle Forest creator also works at Mellowtel. Many users respond to the thread objecting to the inclusion in Plasmo. Towards the end, user DevKingMe tries to provide additional context to the issue at hand and claims to be the founder of Mellowtel. At the end, he adds his LinkedIn, which points to a profile of Arslan Ali. He has since edited his comment and removed the links, but the edit history provides this information. I love edit history on GitHub. It's so useful. It's so useful. He lists his company as Allostep on LinkedIn. They're a new company which he co-founded with his brother. The company is quite interesting because it provides the world's most reliable and cost-effective web scraping API by avoiding all bot protections and can parallelize requests with ease. This functionality is targeted at businesses that need large-scale web scraping capabilities. Let's see how it's done. Looking through the docs, they provide a number of endpoints like scrape, batch, crawl, and more. So you hit their endpoint with the payload of what you want to scrape, the URL to scrape, and it will get you back the HTML. So users submit a web page that they would like to scrape, a country where the request should originate from, and select a format of the data that they want returned. Seems very similar to scraping instructions we saw while looking at the Mellowtel library earlier. Makes sense. Should we be surprised that a service selling scraping access originating from real users also has a shadow organization creating the library, which turns endpoints into scraping bots. Crazy. This isn't even a conspiracy. This is just obviously what's happening. This has very real risks. Arbitrary web requests on behalf of users are sketchy. If you wanted to, or for example, if there's an endpoint at your bank that is the thing you post to in order to send a transaction, I could make a request for a URL that is bank.com/API/transaction post or user ID, whatever. And if I can get someone to hit that endpoint with their cookies, it will trigger the transaction and possibly pay me money. There are a lot of horrifying ways to abuse this. This is why cross-origin request scripting is really this is why cross-origin stuff is so scary, because if I can make a request in a environment on your machine where your cookies are applied to the request, I can do things you almost certainly don't want me to be able to do. Because if I can hit an endpoint with your cookie, I can trigger anything you can trigger by hitting endpoints. Super sketchy. And to companies that are being hit with this, it just looks like traditional traffic. There's almost no way you can identify this traffic as suspicious. And since Allostep's such a small company, it's almost certain they're not good at protecting things here. Point 2 is that it's utilizing users as proxies into sensitive networks. So if you are trying to restrict people having access to a thing based on having a real IP address, you're trying to block VPNs, trying to block all those other types of things, that gets worked around here very trivially and hurts you as a business. Mellotel does try to prevent cookies in the iframe, but that code can very easily be manipulated or even just break or miss cases. This is super risky behavior. Allostep claims that they're verifying each company using the service, but things slip through the same way Chrome extensions installing this slips through. You can't trust that at all. Threat actors have been known to abuse object request brokers in order to carry out their attacks. Historically, the brokers are compromised virtual private servers or edge router devices, but in this case, browser extensions are providing the same capability. This allows, again, for attackers to obfuscate where their traffic is coming through by brokering it through different things. And this is a really useful way to broker that traffic. And again, the security header piece in particular is terrifying, because in order for it to work, it has to remove these security headers set by trusted web server resources. These web servers often depend on these headers to prevent malicious injection attacks and assume they will always be present unless there is much more severe compromises at hand, like a man-in-the-middle type of attack. Well, that's essentially what we have here. Instead of the man-in-the-middle being something between your computer and their computer, the man-in-the-middle is this extension in your browser. So when the request comes in and it has a header that says, don't put this in an iframe, if the extension can manipulate the request to get rid of that header so the user can put it in the iframe, that is a man in the middle. It's not in the middle the way we expect, where something like your DNS or your ISP is changing the shape of the traffic, but now it's your extension doing that in the browser, which is terrifying. While it is possible that Allostep have good intentions here, there's clearly some obscurity in what they're trying to do across these things. The business practices are nearly identical to advertising tech firms which operate shell companies that offer extensions which track user behavior in order to sell browsing profiles to larger companies. Mellotel did not become a long-standing first-class integration into Plasmo. Thank God. That's very good to hear. Many devs describe the library as malware, which led to its removal. But there are historical artifacts in some extensions which show they may have included the library for a brief time period before removing it. Mellotel not being included in Plasmo has likely limited its distribution significantly. That's good, at least. Mellotel has been found in extensions in Chrome, Edge, and Firefox. I would imagine it could be found in Safari as well. Safari's permissions are a little more limited. I'd be surprised if Safari extensions can do all these things, but I'm curious. Mellotel offers libraries that could be included in Electron and Flutter as well. Fun. Google's begun removing some of the extensions, thankfully. I hope that there's now enough data for them to just blanket remove all of these. I really hope so. This is bad. Seems like Google could have knowledge of Mellotel being added to extensions. Some of the extensions have removed the library in more recent updates. Very thankful to see. 129 Edge extensions have been identified using Mellotel, and 121 are still active. 71 Firefox extensions have been identified, and 69 are still active, so they've only removed 2. There are at least 1 million users on these extensions that have Mellotel set up with them. They have a whole list of all the extensions, versions, and platforms here too, which is really good. Again, the Secure Annex guys killed it with this reporting. Check them out for sure. I love the Shad CN picture here. Good vibes from these guys. Definitely something worth checking out if you want to manage your software extensions safely. And if you want all of this additional reporting, links in the description to the post. Cool. Alright, make sure it's there. Anything here? The last bit they have here is about some popular Chrome extensions that pay you as the user, and you're getting some percentage of what they're being paid using stuff, again, like Mellotel. My guess is they're probably using other things as well to increase how much money they can make off each person installing. You get the idea, though. These things are sketchy. Be careful with them. Audit the shit out of every extension you have installed. There are way too many of these sketchy extensions, and people are careless when they install random things on the Chrome Web Store. I get why, because it just feels like a little button in the corner, not like a real thing that has access to all the stuff on your computer. But like a mobile app on your iPhone or even your Android phone is in many ways more restricted than a Chrome extension, which is terrifying. You should treat each of these things the way you would treat installing something in your terminal or installing something on your computer directly. They have way too much access. If you wouldn't switch to a browser made by those people, you shouldn't use their browser extension unless you've checked the permissions to make sure it can't do basically anything at all. Be careful with the extensions you install and what they're capable of doing. This is super, super scary. We're going to see way more of these things going forward because the need for this data has never been greater, and the amount of effort being put into restricting access to the web and the amount of effort being put in to restrict scraping has never been higher. So everything's weird right now. Be cognizant of that and do your best to make sure you're not installing sketchy shit. That's all I have on this one. I hope you're not too scared, but you should be a little scared. Be careful about these things. It is sketchy. Your data is important. Don't give everyone access to everything you do on the web. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I saw you spamming this. It's not that simple, but I'm sure. I did my best in the video. That's all I have time for because I have to run to that event. Let's figure out who we're raiding quick. I'll be live on Saturday because I need to stop falling behind. We only got 3 videos out. I need 7 a day or 7 a week in order to maintain our upload schedule. Who hasn't been rated for a bit that deserves one? I think I just did Vosh. I don't think I've done Non in a minute. I'll throw you guys at non-codes. Have fun. Thank you as always. Oh, let me thank all the subs quick first that I missed while I was doing that. Yeah, I missed a bunch of you guys. Sorry. Locked and Coded, 35 months tier 3 legend. Urzin with the Prime. Frostjacked with the 17 months. Amr with the 31. TJR with the 4 months. Redmond King with the Prime. Cyan Flare about to hit, just hit the 1 year. Fuck yeah. Gamer Girl stopping in. 16 months. Appreciate you a ton. Thanks for stopping in. And Doc Devs with the 28. Thank you all again. We're rating Non. See you guys soon. Come by on Saturday if you can. No pressure if you can't. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for sticking around. See you next time. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.
Let's see. We're gonna do like I'm gonna do in the terminal.